Well, what's going on, everybody out there in YouTube land? It's the 1122 Wingnut Radio here, Anarchy Television. And I think last night or the night before was like a full moon. It's now in the waning stages, but it's still kind of bright out here right now. Uh, and I'm going to get a fire going because I had been enjoying some of our fireside chats that we've been having. Uh, these early morning chats that we've been having. And it says, like, all you night owls that are up at this time of the morning, obviously have somewhere to go. So here we are again, sitting by the fire. And if you guys know any night owls, those little vampires that stay up all night and into the wee hours of the morning, share it out. Let them know. Wingnut Radio out here for Anarchy Television is now live with a fire going. And so somebody wants somewhere to come out, hang out. Here we are. And if anybody does want to come up on panel, if I know you, and you want to come up, just let me know. I'll put the link in. But I was earlier today having a little rant on the digital currency and digital ID and all that other shit. And if anybody else has got any other conversations they want to get into, like, the deep philosophical, metaphysical, crazy talk, doesn't matter. I appreciate anyone that comes in and participates. I do know there's a lot of lurkers that like to come around and lurk, stuff like that. I understand that. I get it. I do that too sometimes myself. Yeah. But I appreciate everybody that does mosey in onto my streams and stuff, because I know I get very few people that come down to my streams when I'm live because I do such random, spur of the moment type of things. I get more people watching the replays than I do the actual stream itself. So there you go. But I got a little bit of firewood. Some of it's kind of rotten, a little damp from the rain. But I guess I'll sit here until the fire goes out or I run out of firewood and all that shit. So, Tate, Watching a samurai movie. Which one? Most likely I've seen it. Blue. Is a is random is a pattern of that is so complex that it is appears to be random. I kind of agree, because I mean, it's kind of like the yeah, the Lone Wolf Club for sure. Um, I kind of see that as like, um, there is a um an order in chaos, I guess. I actually, the Lone Wolf Club, I got a patch um that I have yet to fucking sew on any of my on my vest or anything like that. I have yet to do it. It's called the 11 Rebels. Oh, it's a 2024 picture. Okay. I haven't seen it. I've seen old samurai and kung fu movies. I've got a collection of old kung fu movies and stuff like that, and old samurai movies. But I haven't seen anything new, so I might have to look that up. 11 Rebels, 2024 picture. Okay, I'll have to look it up and find out what it's all about. Don't tell me anything about it, you know. And I didn't, I don't mean to interrupt your movie. You can finish the movie and you can come back later. Most likely, I'd probably I'll come back again. Shogun Assassin was a movie version of it called the Lone Wolf Club. Oh yeah, right on. Pretty graphic, gritty so far. I like that kind of shit. Set in 1868, right on. Yeah, I like that kind of stuff, especially if they actually have good martial artists playing the characters, and their martial arts are pretty close to being accurate instead of all that Hollywood, fancy shit. I actually appreciate that from older movies because a lot of those people in the older kung fu movies and older samurai movies were actually masters, and or at least trained by masters, and so a lot of that stuff was pretty accurate, which I love. um there's quite a few different kung fu styles that I was actually trying to learn. Like snake and crane style were my favorite. They're the ones that actually I think are, to me, were ones that I can identify with most. Snake and crane. I actually got a tattoo on my back that I designed that incorporates the snake and crane into it. And those two, that and Wing Chun. Wing Chun was another one that I actually I studied for a long time too, and and still trying to, but I haven't really been putting myself into it. I've got to build me a new one though. But I had built me a wooden dummy, um, and actually I did a video. It's like back in my past videos and stuff where I was showing off basically some my wooden dummy and some simple Wing Chun moves that I've learned over the years. Because I was learning mostly Wing Chun. I was learning from Yip Man, when because there was a couple of books and an old video from when he was alive, of him doing different, I guess you would call it kata. I don't know, like that's what the Japanese call it. But anyway, it's like different forms and stuff like that when it comes down to Wing Chun, to practice with. And yeah, and uh fucking And see those things, and that was another thing too. Back in the old days, the old kung fu movies, a lot of the ones that actually portrayed like the snake and crane forms were pretty accurate, and I loved watching that stuff because I mean, it was uh, not only I would watch it just for the pure enjoyment of kung fu movies, but a lot of the forms that they were doing were accurate to the point where I could learn a lot by just watching a fucking movie. And how the moves um, from a form to an actual combat scenario actually worked out. Because most time when you're doing forms and stuff like that, you're just practicing the moves to get the muscle memory and stuff like that down. But when you're actually having an opponent, you can see how those moves translate into that fighting uh, type of form. Yes, iron and silk. Yes, I have. Yeah, I have seen that actually. Yeah, there's a lot of them. I've got a small collection of old kung fu movies in my collections and stuff because I collected. I stopped, but I collected a lot of kung fu movies, vampire movies, different types of sci-fi, uh, uh, Japanimation, anime or not anime, but Japanimation, occult, like classic occult movies and stuff, um, ones that you just really, really don't see every day. Um, uh, and things like that. That's what I collected a lot of those. I still got 'em, like a lot of stuff like that. I love good vampire movies too, man. Vampire, I mean, I think like the classic, Lost Boys. That was a classic to me, But there's quite a few other. Like there's this one. There's this one movie called Let Me In. It's a good vampire movie. I like that one. If you ever get the chance if you like vampire movies, it's one called Let Me In. It's a good one to go into. Um, there's a couple others. Gosh, damn, I can't remember the names of them right now, but they're actually I think Russian made movies. Um, don't want to say any more about the movie. But, literally watching on Tubi. Oh, it's on Tubi. Oh, well, I'm gonna have to look it up now. What was it again? 11 Rebels. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to write that down. Hold on one second. Let me go get pen and paper. I'm gonna write that down. 11 Rebels. All right. Yeah, I wrote that down, man. I'm gonna have to check that out because it's either Tubi or Prime Video. Um, I try and find whatever I can find on that for free. So because I don't pay for any of that shit. Uh, The Hunger. Oh man, I can't remember if I've seen that or not. I think I have. David Bowie. I don't know. I might have. I think I have. But yeah. But like I said, Tate, you don't have to stick around, man. Finish your movie and then come back, I guess, if you want to do that. Um, like I said, my fire is going to be going for a little while anyway. Hopefully I can get this stuff to catch and start burning. Some of this wood is actually kind of rotten and a little wet. So right now, what you see when it comes out of the flame is pretty much just some fat lighter trying to get everything going. Hopefully, I can get some of this wood to actually start catching. Old series, Great American Hero. Oh man, oh man, I didn't watch a lot of that, but I did watch it. I did watch it back when it was, came out on TV and stuff back in the day. Great American Hero. You know, I mean, seriously, man. All my life, I was like, when am I going to get my fucking superpowers, man? You know, I can't. It would be really awesome if in my lifetime something something would happen and awaken superpowers. I really think that we as humans had these things and we've just lost touch with it or forgotten it and stuff like that. And it's just trying to awaken those. Michigander, what's up? Awaken those powers. It would be kind of nice in our lifetime, in my lifetime anyway, to see that happen. Right, I hear you, Tate. Yeah, it's you have a superpower. It's it's sucking at life. Yeah, I hear you. No, Michigan, I agree in some ways. That's the reason why I look toward more ancient um, school of thought and school of life. Um, I was a, I was bit by a radioactive life suck now. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, there was a time actually. I mean, I actually at one time. I mean, people thought I was a vampire for a while there. I used to live in a 1976 Cadillac hearse with tie-dye curtains and Grateful Dead stickers and shit. And um, I had it parked out in front of this house that had blacked out fucking black visqueen on all the windows and all this shit. And I used to live in that car for a while. And a lot of the neighbors' kids, they thought I was a vampire, man, because they would hardly ever. hardly ever see me during the daytime. It's like I would only come out at night, that kind of thing. And a lot of times at night, you'd hear like shit like Nine Inch Nails fucking blaring inside the hearse with the fucking with like a strobe light and a black light going and shit. I remember one time I was crawling out of the back of the hearse one day, and some of the kids in the neighborhood is like, "Are you a vampire?" you know, uh, my black leather jacket with all my fucking paint, all my drawings and shit I painted on it. Uh, it was funny. I had a blast. It was kind of funny. But there was a time, man, where I actually at one time I was thinking that would be something, man. It's like, why haven't I met my vampire yet to turn me into a vampire? But, I mean, there is some downsides of being a vampire and living for fucking, being immortal and stuff. There is some downsides to it, and there are some upsides to it, you know. Um, but I don't know. I figure if I ever do meet my vampire and they turn me into a vampire, it's not because I'll be searching for them. They're gonna find me when I'm not looking. So I stopped looking, and but it would have been better if they had turned me like when I'm much younger. But the romanticizing of vampires and superhuman abilities. Yeah, that one called "Let Me In" is a good one. It's almost like a love story. I liked it. It was a good movie. What level vampire are you? Yeah, I hear you. Well, uh, I'm definitely not immortal, and I don't crave the taste of blood. I've tasted blood before, and it's not something I crave. You know, I am definitely not a vegetarian though. I love eating meat, but I like it cooked versus raw. Oh, you guys can't hear it. I know you can't, but I get. I got dogs way off in the distance, fucking howling and shit. It might get my dogs going. I don't know. So independent. What is up, girl? Hey, if you know anybody that's a night owl that wants somewhere to hang out, share it out to them, Indy. You know, I'm trying to get the damn fire going. The wood is a little rotten and a little wet, so it's going to take a minute for it to actually catch and get a good fire going. Yeah, anybody else that want to do that too, share it out or whatever, unicorn, fucking Michigander. You guys know any other night owls that want somewhere to hang out for a little while? Tell them to come on over. No worries, unicorn man. I wish I had a fucking big ass blunt to sit here and smoke with y'all, but I don't. I wish I did. So I have to fucking be satisfied with smoking a cigarette. You know, I'm telling you, man, in the couple of years that I've been out of work, this is the longest I've gone without pot in my entire life, actually. So You know, I this is the complete and sober wingnut, that you guys get to see. No drugs and alcohol inside my system in a long time. Every once in a while I'll get a little bit, like like my buddy, he needed some help over his house, doing some stuff. So I took a ride over there a couple weekends ago, and basically my payment was to smoke me out. So that was kind of good. Random, what's up? Brandon, what's up? Good to see everybody, man. And like I said, for the newcomers that just came in, if you guys know any other night owls that want somewhere to hang out, because I don't really think anybody else is live right now. It is now 3:31 by my clock. So, but if you guys know any other night owls that need somewhere to hang out, let them know. Tell them to come on over. And if anybody does have anything they want to talk about, and they feel like they want to come up on panel, if I know you and all that stuff, please just let me know. I'll put the link in and stuff like that. Other than just sitting here listening to me ramble and shit. Sometimes, I get into those rambling moments when it's just me up here on panel. But I'm trying to get this fire going. I mean, it's as soon as some of this wood will catch, it'll be better. Thinking about playing some music sometime. Right on. Yeah, random. Yeah, you're on East Coast fucking time. I'm in Central time, so in about less than a minute, it'll be 3:33. I will see here. I'll let you guys know when it switches. Oh, at the sound of the tone, it is now 3:33 in the morning Central Time. Dude. Gonna make some coffee. That's something I need to do actually, man. Just because I haven't made any coffee yet. That's something maybe I need to go over there and get something fucking brewing. Now I think about it. Now you made me think about it, random. So, matter of fact, that's what I'm gonna go do. I'm gonna go put the coffee pot on real quick and get that going, and I'll be right back, y'all. Yep. Dang, man. This wood needs to hurry up and catch. fucking really starting to bug me, man, because it's not fucking catching all that quick. Maybe I need to put some more fat butter in there. Put some more fat lighter in there. Maybe that'll help. Well, if anything, the fat lighter will keep a flame going until that damn wood catches. Let's see here. What's going on? Oh, you getting ready to prepare some beef rib? Oh my gosh, hell yeah. Oh man. Thank you again, Indy, for putting links in. I really appreciate that, girl. One of the best mods in the world right there. Independent Mini United. I'm gonna tell you. You have a great subject for me? What would that be? Let's see here. When I'm right and surprised, I'm supplied right. You know, that's something. There's a family that's not far away from me that does their own bees and stuff. And I have yet to do it. I have yet to go down and get some of their honey yet. But I've been every time I pass by their house, I think about it, and I just one of these days when I have a little bit of money on me, I really want to get some of their honey because they're right down the road, not that far away from me, and they've got a lot of hives and stuff like that, and I've been meaning to go get some of that, and that'd be um, local honey. And I really need to start doing more honey in my instead of sugar, because I'm telling you, man, sugar is really one of the worst drugs for me. I need to really need to get away from honey. I mean, really get away from sugar, and and I don't like doing all that store bought honey and stuff. Local honey is what I'm talking about. Uh, and plus I like to support local people, doing stuff like that. And because there's a couple of places that do a lot of local growing and stuff like that, like little kind of like a farmer's market type of thing, but it's more like a vegetable stand. Um, there's this one lady, man. Uh, um, she's not doing it anymore, but I mean, hell, I remember when I was a young kid and she was a young kid. Her mom owned the vegetable stand. I mean, so that stand was there for like a couple of generations and stuff until recently. I mean, I think the past like couple of years or something like that, she finally shut it down. And but I used to love getting that stuff because all the produce and stuff like that was all local grown shit. I loved it. It was good stuff. And like I said, I mean, if I ever get, if I, because I think about it every time I go by their house. I mean, it's like if I ever get, a little bit of cash in my money and I'm going by there, I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna get some of their honey for sure. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Michigander, this family, they live right down the way, just right down the road from me. I mean, less than 5 minutes away from me. Their property is up right up against like where power lines, like major high power power lines go. So I don't know if that affects the bees or not, but they do have a lot of their hives right there in that cleared out area down there by the power lines and stuff. But their property is like right there next to it and stuff. They got a lot of hives. But I do need to do more honey in my diet instead of sugar for sure. You know, because I'm telling you, man, I still do the hard drugs now, which is just sugar, caffeine, and fucking nicotine. Those are the hard drugs to me, man. Those are the hardest ones for me to kick. Um, but I weaned off of sugar for I mean, I don't know, it's probably a good about 6 or 7 years. But I like sugars. I like sweet stuff. I mean, you know, that's one of my vices. It doesn't do any good for my teeth, though. I mean, you know, over the past couple of years, man, my teeth are getting worse and worse. You know, um, but I've always had problems with my teeth all my life. But you know, it's like it just seems like past few years, man, they're just getting worse and worse. And sugar ain't helping none at all. Yeah, there's a lot of herbal remedies and stuff like that that I really need to start doing more and more of. Um, it's like I said, I want that's one of my things that I want to do is I want to start my own apothecary, and start collecting a lot of the different herbs and stuff like that for different medicinal uses and shit like that. Try and get more into that, because I don't do pharmaceutical stuff. I mean, it's rare I do even, something like, man, what's up? It's even rare that I do anything like, I don't know, like ibuprofen or anything like that. It's rare, but every once in a great while I do. So, but otherwise, I stay away from pharmaceuticals altogether. Yeah, it's hard for me to kick sugar, man. I'm gonna tell you, it's like one of the worst drugs out there for me. That nicotine and fucking caffeine. I've actually cut down on caffeine a lot, though. When I was younger, I drank coffee every time of the day and night. It didn't matter. I mean, actually, for a long time, I didn't even realize coffee was a morning thing because I did it, every time of the day or night. And I've just gotten to, I guess my tolerance or whatever, or has just gotten to the point where I can literally drink a pot of coffee and fall asleep in the chair while I'm drinking coffee. So it affects me. It doesn't affect me like it used to. Um, but I mean, I used to drink a lot of coffee all the time. I mean, plus where I used to live in different areas, there was a lot of coffee houses and stuff that I would hang out in all the time. And I would sit in the coffee house and fucking draw, and listen to music and shit like that. That's where kind of like my meeting place for all the people I knew and shit. So I drank a lot of coffee when I was young. I've kind of weaned myself down to the bare minimum nowadays. Um, during the summer, I hardly ever drink coffee. I kind of save it to toward the winter time nowadays, or late at night, like now. Because if during the heat of the day, it just dehydrates me so much. It just kicks my ass. I can't drink coffee in the mornings during the summer anymore because I can't fucking work out in the sun. It just kicks my ass. And soda, I mean, for me, I try not to drink as very much, but there are a couple of things that I do like the taste of. You know, I mean, when I was younger, I used to drink a lot of Mountain Dew, but I just kind of veered away from Mountain Dew altogether. But I still drink a Mountain Dew product. There's this thing called Kickstart that I like. They got an orange flavor and a fruit punch flavor that I really like the taste of. And if I get a chance to get me one of those, I like that. But I don't drink them all the time. I drink a lot of like orange juice and like fruit punch juice nowadays, or some kind of like Kool-Aid or something like that. It's about all I ever, when it comes down to something other than water. And even in water, the only time I drink that is like during the hot days and stuff. Like if I'm working outside, I just drink a lot of water while I'm doing that. But I don't know. I like fruity and type of flavors. Well, like for me, Brandon, I mean, recently, like every couple of weeks or something like that, I'll do some grocery shopping and stuff, and I'll get me like, I don't know, about 6 or 8 cans of Kickstart, and I'll drink those. But that's like every couple of weeks or something like that. And maybe if I take a ride into town or something like that, I might if I have some change on me, I might grab me one at the dollar store or something like that, and then go sit by the river or some shit. And kind of just stare at the river. But I don't drink as much as I used to. I used to drink a lot more soda. Like for instance, like I said, I mean, there was a time, man, for a long time, I survived off of Mountain Dew, peanut butter and jelly, ramen noodle, and Butterfingers. that's about, that's about the only thing I ever fucking had. I mean, for a while there, that was my diet, and it was definitely not fucking. That was back in the day too. I was doing a lot of other uh other stuff too at the same time, and so that was basically my diet. Wasn't very healthy diet, I could tell you that, but it kept me alive. And Blue Unicorn, man, actually, man, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I was looking on Marketplace. I just don't have the money to spend any money on stuff, but I was looking on Marketplace, man. I saw somebody had an old cassette 8-track recorder, and there was a 4-track old cassette, the old cassette 4-track recorder. I would love to have. I used to have one of those when I was younger and stuff, man. I would love to have one of those again. And you know, um, and I've got a mixer, and I've got a few other things, man, that I still have, but I used to have a lot more stuff. There's a drum machine that I wanted to get too. It's like an old Roland or a Kai. I can't remember which one it was, but I saw one of those being sold on Marketplace just recently, and I'm like, damn, I wish I had the money to go get one of those right now. Because I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I used to do back in the day. There's like a samplers, man. I used to fuck around with samplers and drum machines. um, I used to have a 4-track and an 8-track recorder at one time. The old cassette tape type, and I I might even have an old cassette tape that I did some recording on a 4-track recorder, which I think I did more than 4 tracks. I think I did close to 8 tracks on that tape of some old music that I was doing. sampling old records and shit and stuff like that. And I had a at one time I had a the track recorders, a drum machine, a sampler, synthesizer, fucking effects processors. Um, I used to have a bass guitar. I can't remember if I sold one of them, but I had if I can't remember if I sold one of them, but I had two turntables and a mixer. I had a couple of tape deck type, just tape decks and stuff that I used. Um, you know, when I was doing a lot of random type fucking music back in the day. Uh, yeah, the Tascams. Yeah, I remember those. Yeah, I miss those, man. Actually, man, I miss those because they were just so easy. I mean, even though they were four-track recorders, I mean, I can add more and more. It's like I would do the four tracks and then dump all them onto another tape, and then add more, like three more tracks to that, and then add more tracks to that, add more tracks to that. I can have up to 16 to 24 fucking tracks just by using a four-track recorder. You know, I mean, I haven't done that. It's been fucking over 30. It's been probably about 30 years since I've done all that shit. And I mean, even some of my music equipment that I've got sitting in storage, I haven't touched in probably 20 years. Like I got those turntables and I got a crate full of records. I got a couple of crates full of records and stuff I haven't heard in 20 years, man. I haven't put them on and fucking listened to them in 20 years. Dulcimer? Oh, right on. You know, you know what? I actually at one time, this is an odd instrument, but I used to play a theremin, Blue Unicorn. If you know what a theremin is, I used to play a theremin at one time, and that's just an unusual fucking instrument right there. And and what I would do is I fucking pump that through an effects processor and fucking make all kinds of really crazy fucking noises out of it. Um, a lot of people don't even know what a theremin is. You know what I mean? That's the thing too. It's such an odd and unusual instrument. But I was attracted to very odd and unusual instruments. That's why I still play a didgeridoo. Or still well, I played a didgeridoo for a long time too. So you know, a very odd and odd, unusual instrument. You just saw a video, yeah. I mean, it's in some circles, man, it's making a comeback. Honestly, Unicorn, I'm gonna tell you, man, the theremin is actually in some circles is making a comeback. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, well, I mean, all the old, back in the day when the theremin was first basically made, a lot of the old sci-fi movies and shit like that. A lot of the sound, or like some of the soundtracks from some of the old sci-fi movies. The woo all that noises and shit. That was a theremin. And it's like like I said, it was kind of rudimentary and stuff like that. But I mean, like I said, you put that stuff through like an effects processor and all kinds of other shit. Man, you can just fucking tweak the noises, man, so much more, and doing all kinds of other shit. Um, and you know, I mean, there's all kinds of different ways you can really, yeah, all the UFO sounds, yeah, all the UFO sounds and shit like that. That was all done with a theremin. Um, I don't know. I keep on telling myself I'm gonna get a bunch of this stuff back up, hooked back up, and actually start doing something. I mean, really, what I want to do is I need a computer, and so I can actually instead of using like a just a like a 4-track recorder or something, I can do all that shit on a computer nowadays. It's like I got an old laptop, man. It's an old Windows XP laptop and stuff, man, that I got a program on it that um my sister she used to work for a regular broadcast fucking radio station, a regular broadcast radio station. And you know how they got this program that where they use to edit all the stuff for like making commercials and stuff like that, or like all the bumper stuff, um, for the different segments or whatever. And I've got that program on that laptop, and I used to, I still, I mean, it's an old one. It needs some, I need something better. But um, at the time, it was a state of the art fucking computer at the time. But um, I wouldn't mind, getting that type of fucking program working up and working again. Because I did a lot of audio editing and stuff like that. That's how I did a lot of my sampling. Um, you know, through stuff like that. Um, but that's the thing. It's like I keep on telling myself one of these days if I can ever get the income coming in. Pilgrim, what's going on? If I can get I mean the program and all the income coming in to put some money into it again, I would definitely like to try and fuck around with some of the music that I used to do because I mean the stuff that I was doing at the time, um, I would classify it as like heavy industrial type music, I guess, at the time. I had I did a lot of sampling, a lot of a lot of sampling. I even used a lot of sampling just to get like the beats and the rhythms and shit like that too. Because like I said, I mean, I messed around with a drum machine. And then, also, my bass guitar, which I sold, but, um, I can't remember, but I think I sold one of my turntables, so I think I'm only down to 1 turntable right now. I can't remember. I'd have to go through my storage and double check, but I think I'm just down to 1. But, I'd take a lot of different stuff from different old records and shit, samples and stuff like that, and create music out of that. And, and then record different types of noises and stuff like that and put them through effects processors and tweak the noises and kind of make up my own shit. Um, and yeah, it it was fun. I mean, because there was another thing too. There was a lot of places at the time. I used to know a lot of old abandoned fucking warehouses and fucking factories and shit. And it was back in the day when Nine Inch Nails was just starting up. Nirvana was just getting going. It was around those days, and so I was doing a lot of stuff on those type of levels. Like I would go into these factories and these abandoned fucking factories and warehouses and shit, and I would just start banging on shit, or doing stuff like that and recording it, and then putting those noises through effects processors and creating my own sounds. And yeah, it was a lot like that. Really, like, really, yeah, Pretty Hate Machine. That was back in the day when all that stuff was just new. all that was still new. Um, I mean, I remember I used to go to this fucking, it was a goth club called Visage down in Orlando. And that was back in the day, actually Nirvana. Um, Back when Smelly Teen Spirit first came out, they actually played at the club. Well, I'm gonna tell you, man, the fucking mosh pit that we had in that fucking club, man, it was fucking intense. Um, that's like my favorite fucking song from Nirvana was "Smell Teen Spirit." That was fucking the best fucking song they did, in my opinion. And that was like back in the day when MTV was actually, played videos and music videos and stuff. And that was when MTV was fucking great back in those days, you know. Back when like, the first album from fucking Metallica, all that shit. Yeah. Late 80s, early 90s, and all the 90s altogether. I think there was a lot of bands that came out around the 90s that were good. And there was a lot of what I would call like, uh hole in the wall type bands, they really didn't make it out into the quote unquote mainstream. They just played a lot of hole in the wall clubs and stuff. I mean, I remember when I used to work at the Squash Pile, so a nightclub and stuff where the guy that ran it, it was actually one of my roommates. He was also one of the guys that I used to help. He had a recording studio also. We did a lot of punk bands and heavy metal bands and shit like that. And that was back in the day when the Squash Pile was up and going. Um, that was back when fucking like I showed a video to Indy actually because I think he put one of the old videos. This is back in the day when it was just VHS and stuff like that. And what we would do, this is where where the whole thing from Anarchy Television came from, basically. Um, because back in the day, when we were doing that, we would interview the bands. We would get out there with a fucking VHS camcorder and like interview the bands and stuff. And that was back in the day when fucking Henry Rollins was back in Black Flag, back in those days. And matter of fact, I like that interview or parts of it is on the internet right now. Actually, one of my old roommates had put it on the internet. Um, so it's out there and it's pretty cool. That was, like the whole anarchy television basically originated from back in the day. I miss those days in some ways because I mean, when it come down to the music scene, especially the stuff that I was around, um, it just ain't that way anymore. I mean, you can find some stuff like a little bit of this and a little bit of that, like, somebody doing it in a fucking, like a garage band or something like that, playing little hole in the wall clubs or, I remember back in the day when CBGBs up in New York used to be open and shit. And, gosh, there were so many bands that came through CBGBs. Actually, one of my other roommates that I used to have, him and his band, they played CBGBs. That was some good shit back in those days, man. It's just, yeah, I don't even think CBGBs is even, I don't even, I think they tore it down or something like that since then. But um, a lot of bands got their start, and actually, and CBGBs happens to be one of the first places that they would play before they became big. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm really disappointed with the music scene today. I am really disappointed, really. I mean, I do get glimmers of good stuff every so often, but it's just not what it used to be like in the '90s when I was growing up. Um, because I mean, us here, the '90s, that was my teenage years, going in, I think in the late '90s is when I started turning 20 and shit. So it was like, 16, 17, 18, 19 years old, around those times. That's when I was really getting into that was when I was really doing a lot of that music scene back then. And and then, the late '90s, um, when electronic music started becoming more and more, I got into that. Um, because I mean, my first experience with electronic music was back in the day when I guess you call it techno, but um, it was a German band called Kraftwerk. Kind of got me into some of that electronic type more music. I mean, I tell you, Kraftwerk back in the day was good. And then, there's a lot of other stuff. I started, when I started getting into sampling and shit like that, I was listening to bands like Negative Land. That's another good one. That kind of inspired me into the sampling type genre. And then I started getting into a lot of like, um, you know, uh, you know, breakbeat and stuff stuff like that. Because there was a time in my youth, man, I did a lot of breakdancing and stuff like that. I was all in Negative Land. Negative Land? Not very many people do, Unicorn. That's interesting. Uh, but, because I was into all that kind of stuff, I was into, like I said, I got into a lot of heavy metal and punk bands and, electronic music and shit like that, the stuff that was just like beginning and getting that was real raw type shit, you know what I mean? I love that. That's what I'm so disappointed with most of the shit that's being done today. It just seems like it's all fucking regurgitated crap of the same crap. You know what I mean? It's like, they get a lot of the crap that's being made today, they get their inspiration by crap. So they're regurgitating the same crap over. And I hate that. It's like, I mean, I try to tell some of these younger generation, I'm like, you guys need to listen to what we used to play back in the day. Maybe you guys might make better music if you start listening to some of the stuff that we made back in the day, you know? But I don't know. A lot of them are fucking just regurgitating crap over and over again. I mean, like I said, I do get glimmers every so often of some good stuff, you know. I mean, when I was living in North Carolina, I got into rockabilly type music and hillbilly type music and shit like that. And bluegrass. I got into that for a while when I was living in North Carolina because I used to know a lot of musicians that used to fucking sit up in the fucking North Carolina mountains and shit and play and fucking music, you know? It was fun. It was fun. When I lived in Asheville, Asheville was a huge music scene back in the day. I have so many negative you got Negative Land albums? No shit, man. I remember back in the day, man, when they used to get all kinds of fucking copyright fucking infringement shit. I mean, because all the different samples they use in their music, you know, they would get all the kinds of fucking in trouble for all like this and copyright infringement shit. It was funny, man. But some of that stuff. I mean, that's I like that kind of stuff, though. I mean, I like the kind of stuff that it's not for everybody. I will be the first one to say that, there's some of the music that I grew up with is definitely not what the majority of people even knew about, you know. Because like even the punk bands and stuff, like the Dead Milkmen, fucking, fucking, I like Fugazi. I liked, fucking, was it, um, oh shit, was it? I'll think about it in a second, but I'm kind of drawing a blank now. But um, was it? Um, oh man, oh shit. I'll think of it in a minute. But there's a bunch of different bands and stuff I used to listen to. Residents. Oh man, I'm sitting there thinking about what was that? Oh man, quit a little bit, bumping into my fucking tripod. What are you doing? What are you doing, girl? What are you doing? Cycle Sluts from Hell. That was another. That was a crazy band. Cycle Sluts from Hell. Um, oh shit, I'm trying to think of some of the other ones, man. I'm just like drawing a blank for some reason, though. I yeah. See, I liked Primus because I was into bass guitar, so I liked Primus for for the bass that Primus did. So I mean, back in when their first couple of albums or whatever. Anyway, you know, um, that was the reason why I like Primus is because of the bass sound. I'm attracted to a bass sound. Because me personally, man, I think guitars and vocals are overrated. Those two instruments are just to me are very overrated. I like bass and I like percussions. That's what I like. That's what draws me in. And no offense for those people out there that like to sing and play guitar. No offense, but to me they're overrated. But and plus I like unusual sounds. Hell, I remember when we used, yeah, Fugazi, man. Oh man, Fugazi, Waiting Room. I mean, that whole fucking album on Fugazi, man. It was, I got that album on fucking on cassette tape somewhere. But I might even have it on CD also. But I would play that goddamn fucking album over and over and over again. I loved that whole goddamn album. Um, you know, and it drives me nuts. Some of the stuff that came later, I didn't really like. It's like that was the only album that I think they did good, in my opinion. But whatever. That's how I met one of my ex girlfriends is by listening to Fugazi. I remember I met her in Job Corps, and we were dating in Job Corps, and also after we got out of Job Corps. Um, and she ended up in the same town that I was living in at the time, and we were dating after we got out of Job Corps. But that's how I met her. I was playing Fugazi on a fucking big ass boombox in the quad area, um, of where we were in Job Corps, and I had that thing fucking blaring, and she walked by, lip syncing the lyrics to that song that I was listening to, and I was like, all right, she's the one for me. I was like, yep. we're gonna be together. Because nobody else knew anything about it. Nobody else knew any of this stuff. Like a lot of the music that I was listening to, at the time, and most people didn't never even heard. I've never seen them live, man. That would be something. That would have been something back in the day. That would have been something to see live. I have no idea if they sounded good live, because some bands don't sound all that great live. They actually sound, there's like I'll give you an example. Guns N' Roses. Guns N' Roses, they did fucking awesome in the studio on recording, but live, fucking Axl Rose was a dickhead and they sucked. I mean, I think, fucking Slash was like the only one in the band, in my opinion, that was a straight up dude that actually sounded good. But live, I saw Guns N' Roses live um, at the Hoosier Dome in Indianapolis. It was during the Monsters Rock tour, where Faith No More opened up for Metallica and Guns N' Roses, and Guns N' Roses is one of those bands that just sucked fucking live. But I would assume Fugazi probably was pretty fucking good live. I would assume. I mean, I would have enjoyed. I probably would have enjoyed myself. But I mean, I've got a fondness for that band for one because um, one of my ex. That's how I met one of my ex girlfriends is from that band, basically. Yeah, I remember. I actually, because Faith No More. Faith No More was good. I mean, honestly, man, I was surprised when I heard them open up for Metallica and Guns N' Roses that time. I was really surprised on how good they fucking sounded live, dude. They were fucking rocked. I totally enjoyed myself listening to Faith No More. Oh, this is back in, like I said, I don't know who fucking, um, who was, who ended up later on, but back in when they first were coming out, and like I said, they were just really kind of newcomers. Dude, they fucking they rocked. I had a good time when I listening to them. And Metallica were and they were good. Like Metallica, for me personally, the later on in the later years, I didn't really care for it. But like their first three or four albums, like first three albums or something like that for Metallica was good. I remember back, what was it? Their first album, what was that? I can't remember the name of the album right offhand, but it had that one song. It's like, I got something to say. I killed your baby today. Doesn't matter much to me as long as it's dead. It's like, you know, I can't remember the name of the album, but that song, no, I remember that song. Um, I got something gay. I killed your mama today. Doesn't matter much to me as long as she's dead. All right, now these fucking coals are starting to get kind of hot. Maybe I can get some of this other wood to fucking kill. Yeah, coals are hot enough. Maybe they can get that wet, rotten wood to fucking burn. Misfits. Oh man, I got a Misfits patch on one of my jackets. Matter of fact, um, I got my first mugshot. My first mugshot that I got, I was in a Megadeth "Root of All Evil" T-shirt. That was my first mugshot. And these are, and honestly, man, quite honestly, I haven't listened to these bands in a long time. Honestly, man, it's been a long time since I actually started going through some of my old shit and fucking breaking some of those old fucking musics up. But I haven't listened to any of that stuff in a while. Like I haven't listened to Misfits in probably fucking 20 years, man. You know, but yeah, I got a Misfits patch. It's on one of my fatigue jackets, one of my military fatigue jackets or something like that. I can't remember exactly which one is on, but um, fucking they just don't make music like that anymore, Unicorn. Well, every once in a while, just on YouTube, period. If somebody's put videos or old music and stuff, I don't have YouTube Music, but sometimes I'll find old stuff that I used to listen to on YouTube that somebody put on YouTube or whatever. Like, there's some people that put like entire albums and shit like that on YouTube. I'll go back and I'll listen to some old stuff that I used to listen to every once in a while. Like if you start, honestly, I mean, I do have a playlist. It's nothing but music on my channel. I think it's called Cool Stuff Two, Cool Stuff Number Two, or whatever, or hashtag or number symbols two, whatever. But it's all music, and I mean, I got a lot of different stuff on there. Um, like some old stuff I used to listen to, even some newer stuff or whatever. But stuff that I enjoy listening to. Like if I wanted to listen to a playlist, I'll just sit there and put my damn playlist. Steel and Tree, what's up? Hello, night owls. Yeah, yeah. 4:23 over here. 3 minutes after, I have no fucking pot to smoke. Oh man. But every once in a while, like I said, I like was it Spotify? I've got Spotify too, man. But every once in a while, I'll find some good shit on Spotify that I haven't heard in a long time. Mostly some of the electronic music that I used to listen to back in the day when there was like I was around a lot of clubs and I knew a lot of DJs and stuff back in those days. A lot of the DJs from like down in Orlando. See, the Orlando club scene is what I grew up with, or I know that Orlando and Tallahassee and Gainesville, a lot of the college towns and shit like that, the club scene back in the late '90s and stuff. I used to know a lot of the fucking DJs that played all these clubs and shit, and I knew a lot of the owners of the clubs and stuff too. And so, um, I have found quite a bit of the stuff that I used to listen to on Spotify, which is kind of nice. Frontline Assembly Ministry. Yes, back in the day, early ministry. Um, that was good stuff. Well, see, okay, all right, DMT, okay, early techno, when I consider techno, early techno that I got into back in the day, like I said, I was like, one of the things that, I used to listen to was Kraftwerk. It's a German band. That was early techno stuff. But then it started to get into a lot of the break beats and shit like that, because I when I was younger, I used to do a lot of break dancing and stuff like that. And a lot of I drifted more into break, snap, pop, fucking breaking type beats and shit like that. And the Orlando, Florida music, club scene and DJ scene was was a big deal back in the day. It was like the top of the line, in my opinion. I mean, it rivaled fucking New York and shit. It was all on its own type of a level. But you know, um, was it a craft work and fucking was it um oh god damn, what was the other one? Um oh shit, I'm drawing a blank now, but I can remember the album cover. DMT. I can remember the album cover though. Oh god damn. I'll think of it in a minute. Um, what was it? But that was early techno when techno was just fucking starting out, basically back in those days. Um, fuck. Um, damn. Having a brain fart. Can't remember it. I have to go through all my throbbing gristle, right? Um, I'm gonna have to go through all my card catalog in my brain and kind of search through some of that shit if I can remember. Um, God, I can't remember. I can remember some of it. It's like you are unclean. God damn it, what was the name of that band? Um, fuck, I can't remember. It's been a while. It's been a while. Yeah, please don't spoil it because most likely I'm gonna probably go look. I'm gonna probably go watch that damn movie. Um, you know, being a newer movie, I haven't seen it yet, Tate. So I'll definitely go check it out. I'll look on Tubi. I'll go look on Tubi and I'll find it. Especially if it's free and all that shit. I'll definitely watch it. Damn, I'm drawing a blank. I'm still trying to remember that other band, man. Damn, what was it? Um, Shit, I can't remember. I'll think of it later. Um, oh, what Navy vet popped in? Where is it? Where I didn't see him in there. Oh, Navy vet. Yeah, morning time. Morning time. Morning time. Cabaret Voltaire slamming some homemade waffles. Right on. Oh, that reminds me. I got coffee. Hold on. I'll be right back. I need to grab my coffee real quick. I know it's done now. And while I'm thinking about it, I've got an old uh, CD binder, bunch of old CDs that I've got in here. Let's see here. Let me go through some of this stuff. Um, throw some names at you. Let's see here. Oh yeah, the Kraftwerk one I've got over here. It's a Trans Europe Express. That was that album back in the day. Um, your old Nine Inch Nails, old Tool back in the day, the old stuff. Um, see here, Primus. I've got three of their albums in here. Dead Milkmen, Iron Maiden. Uh, see here, the Dead Kennedys. Um, Ramones, Jane's Addiction, The Clash, um, Rage Against the Machine, some of the early stuff. Um, let's see here, Radiohead. I got Radiohead in here. Jackal. I don't know if you guys see here. Yeah, Fugazi, Nine Inch Nails. Um, I got some old mixtapes that I dumped on CD, but I burnt on CD a long time ago. Um, um, Band called Tetsuo. This one. Um, shit, I can't remember what that one was. Another burnt CD I did. Sex Pistols, Violent Films. Um, well, that was all I got. That's all the really interesting stuff that's in that case. Dr. Demento. I remember that. Wing nuts over there sipping about force. Yeah. Well, no. I've got um oh, wait a minute, you can't see it, can you? Well, I got one of these like, big fucking thermos things. I put one big spoonful of sugar and creamer in it. Um, I don't I used to put a bunch of fucking sugar and shit back in. I've really cut back quite a lot. But I do like my coffee like I like my women, sweet with a good tan, half cup. Yeah. Yeah. Tool, man, I'm gonna tell you back in the day, man, I was like, some good shit. No, I'm just so disappointed with so many of the bands today. They just don't have the edge like I want. The stuff that'll just like, you know, I don't know. It had a lot of the bands that I used to listen to had like a really like it had an edge to it, almost like it'd slap you in the face type of edge to it. And some of them had a really a message behind it also too. I was like, I kind of miss um, those type of things. You know, and like I said, the 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 punk the punk bands and the punk culture and shit like that, heavy metal, and then like I said, I mean, when I started getting into the electronic music in the late '90s, like one of my favorites, um, is this one it's called Rabbit in the Moon. They do some really good shit. Um, there's quite a few others too. I can't think of their names right offhand, but I know the music. Um, but it was mostly just like stuff that I hear these DJs play in the club and stuff like that. Late '90s Orlando fucking club scene. You know. Oh man, dude, I have not been to a rave in fucking so long. I mean, it hasn't been since the fucking late '90s since I've been to a rave. Um, it's been a while. I used to go a lot though. There's a lot. I mean, like I said, I knew a lot of DJs and I knew a lot of the club owners, like in Tallahassee, Orlando, and Gainesville. I knew a lot of the guys back in those days, man, when it comes down to that stuff. And so I was always around it. And I've been to so many different raves and shit. I remember one time when I was living in North Carolina, I was living in Asheville at the time, and me and a bunch of friends of ours went to Charlotte, North Carolina, and fucking went for a rave that lasted for almost a fucking day and a half. And I got so fucked up too, man. I was buzzing on fucking LSD and ecstasy and pot the whole goddamn time. I remember I was still fucking tripping balls driving from Charlotte, North Carolina to Asheville, North Carolina. Oh my God. I was in like a fucking convoy of like three other people, in three different cars and shit. And I was tripping balls, man. But I made it fail. It was like a day I was like in a video game driving home, in the middle of the it was in daytime by the time we actually got out of the club. It was already daytime, and it was probably getting around uh, late afternoon when we started driving back. And I remember every time we saw a cop, the motherfucker was ahead of us, never behind us, which was a good thing. But uh, I kind of looked at it like this: it was like a video game. If I made it home, by God, I won the game. And dude, I was, 'cause, there was a time, man, when I was doing a lot of the rave scene and shit like that back in those days, um, 'cause everybody, that was back when everybody was like, glow sticks and fucking wandering around with fucking pacifiers in their mouth and shit like that and all that whatever, whatever. Well, I never did the pacifier thing, but my version of glow sticks is I made these gloves. They had these blinking lights on them, and they were like little battery-powered blinking lights inside the gloves, and I'm seriously, when I'm sitting there dancing and shit, you get all these tracers off those fucking lights and shit inside the club. It was pretty fucking cool. Uh, and, like I said, I was like, that was back I used to do a lot of, I was really into breakdancing and shit like that. I was more into the snap, pop, and flow type of shit, you know? And, and I was definitely because I mean, coming from Orlando and stuff, and Florida, scenes. Uh, I went up to New York, and the club scene up there and the breakdancing scene up there is just totally different. They actually had breakdancing clubs, like actual, like people they'd all wear the same fucking color T-shirt and shit and come in there and as a group, and do their thing and like take over the dance floor, that kind of thing. I was, when actually there was a thing, it's like, you can actually have dance battles and shit. Uh, um, I kind of blew away some of those people over there because they just hadn't seen some of the stuff that I was doing, because this type of stuff they do in New York at the time was just, it was different. It was different when it comes down to it. Skaka. And Pilgrim, I mean, I liked old rock and roll. I liked old 70s fucking rock and roll too. I mean, Zeppelin and fucking, and all that shit, from back in the day, the old hippie days and stuff like that. I mean, I enjoyed that kind of stuff. I still enjoy that kind of stuff. It's just that music is not made the same like it was back then either. But, times were different. It's like, I mean, I guess it just depends on what's going on in the world. And, it really, it really kind of influences the type of music that gets, made. That was around, but like I said, like late 80s or early, 90s, all through the 90s and shit like that. Like I said, I just really, I got into more heavier, heavier stuff. Uh, you know, I never really got into death metal. I never got into that. I knew people that did, but it just, you know, I never really got into that. It was just a little bit too fucking much like noise to me. But I don't know. There's a lot of music even today that just feels like sounds like fucking noise. It's not even worth fucking listening to. That's why, like, if I see anything that's like stuff that's being made today, I'm always searching for those people that are like playing organic fucking shit out in the middle of the woods or on their back porch or some shit. I'm always searching for things like that nowadays. Because a lot of times that's where some of the best music gets fucking done. Is like in their fucking like in their garage or studio apartment or fucking you know in the fucking backwoods somewhere or I like that kind of stuff. I miss that kind of stuff too. I just don't. I mean, there's some hip hop programs. Some hip hop is okay. The rap, I cannot stand. Like I said, I think vocals are overrated. So I'm more into the instrumental. I like the music. I'm not really interested in the lyrics and the vocals. That's not something I really enjoy listening to. The rap, I don't really like listening to that because some of the beats and stuff, if you take the vocals out of the rap, yeah, I can probably listen to it. But, and some of the hip hop, some of it's okay, but, you know, it's just not what I grew up in and it's not something and and not to talk bad about some people when it comes down to it, I do not like karaoke. I just do not like karaoke. I've always had a bad taste in my mouth for fucking karaoke. When I used to work clubs and shit or bars, I used to be a bouncer at three different bars just right here in this area. And they had karaoke night every fucking week and shit. And I'm just like, man, I mean, it got to the point where I was like, shit, I just rather go out in the fucking parking lot and fucking and sit out there so I wouldn't have to have my ears start bleeding from the fucking karaoke bullshit. So I'm not interested in karaoke at all. And plus, I like people singing originals. I can't stand fucking. I'm not really interested. I mean, there are some bands that can do, covers that and do it well, but I'm not interested in cover bands either. I like hearing people putting original stuff out there. That's what I like. Um, because it's like if I wanted to hear, yeah, hey, I'm telling you, Pilgrim, fucking karaoke. I mean, there's sometimes my ears start bleeding. I'm just like, I can't stand it. I've got to do something else. I got to go listen to something else. And then if I like, for instance, cover bands, like I said, there are some bands out there that can play covers and they can do it well. You know what I mean? Actually, the original artist would be proud of them, but there's not a lot of those out there. You know, there's not a lot of bands out there that can do that. And I prefer original shit. I prefer that, because I mean, if I was wanting to listen to a cover, I'd rather just listen to the original artist. Personally, I'd rather listen to the original artist versus a cover band. Um, but it's just that's just my preference. You know what I mean? To each their own when it comes down to it. Um, Def Leppard, Paranoia, remastered, for instance, stuck compared to the original. Yeah, and there's a lot of stuff that kind of like like I said, it's like the remakes or the fucking the basically regurgitated same old shit over again. Um, I'm just not interested in that stuff. So I really do enjoy people making original music. It doesn't matter. I mean, it almost doesn't matter what it is. I prefer listening to live bands. I prefer like listening to bands play live versus recordings. I mean, there are, like I said, some people, they can do really well in a recording studio and they sound really good on recordings and stuff. You know what I mean? I have to give some bands that do a really good job doing that. So I do enjoy sometimes, listening to an album or something like that they did that was done good. My ears, uh, so many years of being around the music scene when I was younger, my ears go toward certain sounds, right? And certain sounds make make my head hurt. You know what I mean? So, um, I'm really weird. I got a ringing in my ear even right now. It's dead quiet out here, and I still have like a ringing in my ear. I mean, they call it tinnitus, but I don't know what it's from exactly. I just blame it on all the loud music that I used to listen to and work in construction for almost 20 some odd years. Lady Smith, morning. I blame that on why I have ringing in my ears, but I don't know. Nobody really knows where tinnitus actually comes from and why what causes it or whatever. Um, quite honestly, it's probably some signal that's being emanated out, everywhere, and I'm picking that up. You know what I mean? Kind of like the movie They Live. That signal that the aliens were putting out and making everybody see things differently. Or they weren't letting them see what is really there. Um, I mean, it's possible that's what's causing the ringing in my ears is that signal and that I'm picking up. Um, and in my long years of radio operating, man, I've found frequencies over the years that are broadcasting a signal like that. It almost sounds exactly like the ringing in my ears, and I have no idea where it's being broadcasted from and why, but there is signals like that being broadcasted out there in the airwaves right now, that sounds exactly like the ringing in my ears. So, I mean, there's a lot of fucking, documented fucking shit when it comes down to signals that the military have been, utilizing to influence us one way or the other. You know, they have figured out, there's different signals that they can alter our behavior. They can either make us like violent or docile or shit like that. There are signals that they can broadcast out that are doing that kind of shit. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there that's documented fucking research that the militaries and stuff like that have been using for quite a long time, for decades. And so it's like I said, it's quite possibly that thing they call tinnitus is actually the signal that I'm actually picking up and I can hear. And it's not coming from my ears. I can plug my ears solid where I don't hear anything out of my ears itself. The signal is actually in my head. You know what I mean? So it's being emanated either from outside, and I'm hearing it inside my head, versus through the actual ears itself. You know, because I mean, I don't think my dogs have got tinnitus. I don't know. I've never asked them, but they hear things that I can't hear. You know what I mean? So they're hearing things on different frequencies that I can't hear. So I mean, it's quite possible that I'm hearing things that every average everyday people aren't really hearing or paying attention to. You know, and then I'm telling you, man, there's a lot of stuff out there. If you start researching this shit, there's a lot of stuff on it. Um, when it comes down to what's actually, some of the research on this, on that subject. There's a lot of documented shit on that stuff. So yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why you know, I think there is it's quite possible. You see some of this fucking bullshit like Antifa and stuff like that. It's quite possible that they are not organically being doing this. It's quite possible that they're being influenced by different frequencies and made into this like violent type of a scenario. You know, because like I said, they can manipulate to the point where you can be either docile or violent or like really really passionate or very sad and depressed. Um, there's a lot of research on that shit. Yeah, the voice to skull technology. Yeah, the thing they call the voice of God. That's the voice of God technology, which is voice to skull type technology. That's a real thing. They've actually used it in Afghanistan. Um, for instance, they used it in Afghanistan. They would do this voice to skull technology type of shit where they would like all these jihadists or whatever. They would put the voices like they were like it was Allah telling them to go blow themselves up and shit like that. They'll fucking tell them that, or they would tell them like the enemy is, uh, you know, north of them when the enemy is technically east of them. You know what I mean? And they're thinking that the Allah is telling them this shit. You know, that's a documented shit too when it comes down to Afghanistan. But I mean, that technology is old. Actually, it's actually pretty old, and I'm sure they're using it for all kinds of other, um, other uses also, and quite honestly, probably domestically. That's the reason why there's always that thought in the back of my mind that where this ringing in my ears is actually, sometimes you I don't know if any of y'all have had it, but I know what my voice sounds like in my head. Okay, but I've also had other voices that I know it wasn't mine, that pop up. You know what I mean? Not to sound like I'm fucking crazy or anything like that, but I've had these things where I'm like, I know that wasn't me. I didn't think that shit up. Where in the fuck did that come from? That kind of thing. You know, what the fuck? I'll be sitting there. I'm like talking. I'm like, what the fuck are you trying to tell me? What the fuck are you saying? That's stupid. What the fuck? That's not me thinking that shit. And then I know telepathy is a real thing also. It's quite possibly I just might be scanning the band or scanning the frequencies in my own mind and picking up other conversations that people are just emanating out of, telepathically out into the universe. And I'm just picking up those random transmissions. It could be that. But, I don't know for sure. I know telepathy is a real thing. So, and, so there is that. And it has no distance. There is no limitation on distance on how far that that can be transmitted out into the universe. So there is that. There's a lot of science behind it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm serious. See, that's the thing. I know what my voice sounds like in my head. I know what's my voice. You know what I mean? And I can recognize that's not my voice. That's not me thinking that. You know what I mean? So I've thought about it. I was like, where in the fuck is that coming from? What are they trying to put in my fucking head? But I recognize it. Some people would think that would be like, I don't know, this is God's voice telling me these things. God told me to do it, or the devil told me to do it. That bullshit, you know. Uh, but whatever. A lot of people don't fucking sit there or are aware of these things that can be used. Faraday cage. DMT, I'm gonna tell you, I knew a guy, I didn't know him personally, but I knew a guy that actually built a Faraday cage over his bed, around his bed. So at night, I mean, he was completely uh, um, void of any radio frequency type shit or any kind of interference at all while he's sleeping. And he said he would have some of the best sleep um, that he, ever. When he was completely in that silence from all those interfering radio signals and stuff like that. Um, you know, I think that's one of the reasons. Not only they try to that's one of the reasons why I think they took lead out of paint. Is because lead paint would act like a Faraday cage on your home. You got all that lead around your home in the paint that would block out a lot of the signals that they're trying to and interfere with everybody in. So I think that that could be one of those fucking tinfoil hat fucking wackadoo type crazy talk shit. But I think that's one of the reasons why they try to demonize it, like saying lead paint for this and that. We got to get rid of it. Blah blah blah. Uh, is because they wanted these signals to interfere with us, and that would create a Faraday cage on your home. It's the same thing, you start looking into the same time that they started putting fluoride in the water is also the same time they started they discontinued putting copper piping in your home for your water pipes. Yeah, you're right, Navy vet. Yeah. See, copper actually will take out some of the impurities in your waters and stuff like that. And they knew the copper would actually take out the impurity of the fluoride. So that's why they started turning toward PVC, and now it's the PEX tubing and shit like that. And they've gone away from copper tubing. It's the exact same time they've started putting fluoride in the water. You know, there's a lot of stuff. I think they try to put this like reasoning for this like, oh, this is bad, this is bad, but the whole purpose of getting rid of it is because it was actually some of the things that were actually helping us defeat their um their ability to program us, or to their ability to manipulate us physically, using our even like using our bio electrical signals and all this other shit. Um, you know, if I had all the research in front of me, I could sit there and say it in more plain English, or more scientific terms and stuff. I don't have the literature in front of me, so um, I don't know how to explain it uh, where people can understand what I'm talking about without sounding like a fucking crazy motherfucker. Because to the average person, and some of the stuff that I talk about, I sound like a crazy loony bin, until they start looking into this type of shit for themselves, you know. So leaching into the water supply, it makes people don't swallow along, destroying the kidneys. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff too. It's like, the recycled water, like in like cities and towns and shit like that. You think about all the medications that people take. All right. Well, that's coming out in their pee and stuff like that. It goes into that system, and then it goes to the recycling center, and then made into water to drink. All right. Well, they have filters and stuff like that, but some of those medications do not get filtered out. All right. So some of that's still filtering back into the water system. That I start thinking about, like, I used to do like was it sewer and water pipes and stuff like that for this one company. Um and um and it was right after Hurricane Michael came through, and we were doing a lot of stuff because there was so much stuff that got damaged from the hurricane, a lot of the sewer pipes and the fucking and the water pipes and all that stuff. And I remember I was doing this one sewer line um, in Lynn Haven, which is out just north of Panama City, and fucking right, right above us where we were at. So I was like downstream, lack of better words. I was downstream from an old folks' home, kind of like a convalescent home type of thing. So you got all these old people with all this fucking medications and all this other shit that they're fucking pissing and shitting into the fucking sewers and stuff like that, which ended up into the recycling center. But I was replacing this stuff, man, and I'm sitting there and like there was times I was almost like shin deep in shit. You know what I mean? Literally coming from this fucking old folks home, and I'm like, God damn, dude. I hope to God I don't have any cuts on me. I'm gonna fucking die of some crazy fucking shit that they've been, that's coming out of these old folks over there in that home that's right upstream from it. Oh my God. And then some of the piping and stuff like that that bursted, ended up all that crap ended up in the bay. Oh my God, man. I'm gonna tell you, uh, I wouldn't swim in that fucking bay if you paid me because there's so much crap that's been fucking dumped into that bay. Dude, I'm just and still to this day, probably still being dumped into that bay because they haven't fixed everything. It's just nasty, man. I nasty. And I know a friend of mine that likes to go crabbing down there, and I'm just like, I don't really think about. I'm not too sure about eating them fucking crabs and shit. Crabs are usually fucking bottom eaters, man, and all that fucking sewage going into the bay. They're fucking eating all that crap. I don't know. I don't think it's fucking healthy. Yeah, Lady Smith. Yeah, it's bad. It is bad. It is bad when it comes down to it. The type of shit that continues on. That's why I don't like, you know, like central, like a sewage treatment plants, and you drive by a sewage treatment plant, man, and it always smells like shit, and all that stuff. I just can't stand that stuff. I don't know how some people live near one of them things. And it's kind of like the paper mill, it's like the only problem is the people that have been living around those areas for like so many years, it's like they just become numb to it. They don't really, they don't really smell it anymore, you know? And for somebody that doesn't live around there, you come into those areas, it's like the smell from the sewage treatment plants, the paper mill. God, I cannot stand that smell. Oh my God, it's fucking nasty. Yeah, DMT. I'm up here in the northwest corner of Florida. I'm over here by Panama City, Florida. Um, down here on the Gulf of Mexico. That smell is money. I used to know somebody that actually that did the porta johns. He'd go around and clean out the porta johns. And I knew another guy that actually had a business to going around and cleaning up septic tanks and shit. And they would say that stuff. Ooh, that's the smell of money. I'm like, you fucking, oh my God. I'm telling you, man. I was on this one job where this guy was like cleaning out one of those septic tanks that hadn't been cleaned out in like 20 or 30 years or some shit. And oh my God, he opened that motherfucker, man. It was just like that waft that come up into your face. It's like, God dang, man. I felt I was going to get sick right then and there. I don't know how. And he's like sitting there and he's like, kind of like, yep, that's the smell of money right there. I'm like, you are fucking crazy. Same thing with those fucking porta john, those guys that do the porta johns, you know, it's like, every time when I used to work construction, and, there's always a porta john on almost every construction site, or every other construction site or whatever. And when the guy that come out there, we call them the shit suckers. When the shit sucker will come out, man, it's like when they start sucking all that fucking shit out of the porta john, the goddamn smell would waft down the goddamn. Oh my God, I did not want to be downwind of that shit. Dude, that is, especially if it was like a fucking crew of Mexicans fucking working on that house, man. The goddamn smell that would come out of that goddamn porta john. Holy crap, dude. Oh my God, it was nasty. And I wouldn't want to do that job. Honestly, if that job became automated, I wouldn't care. You know what I mean? I wouldn't care if that job became automated. And quite honestly, man, if you start looking at like how these developers and stuff like that, when it comes down to AI and all that sort of shit, they're talking within like 2 to 5 years, 90% of the fucking jobs today will become automated. And you know, the shit sucker or the fucking, stuff like that. I mean, I wouldn't care if that become automated. I wouldn't want that fucking job anyway. They couldn't pay me enough. I mean, they literally, they couldn't pay me enough to do that job. You know, going home every night smelling like fucking shit every fucking day, having that smell permeate in your fucking pores every fucking day. Fuck that. No way. Well, actually, I'll tell you, DMT, I mean, there is a lot of stuff. I mean, there's still a lot of, the transportation for like, all the goods and stuff. There are a lot of people that are still driving, but there are a bunch of trucking companies that have gone to the automation. It's like the self-driving trucks and shit. They have a driver that is there, but they don't do hardly any of the driving. On the long hauls and stuff like that, majority of that is all done, by the vehicle itself. And they just sit back and, just in case things go wrong, whatever, there's a driver there to take over. But that's slowly and slowly, getting to that. I'll have to say, it's like, when it comes down to a lot of this, like self checkouts and stuff like Walmart and the dollar stores and stuff like that, I have to say, around where I'm at, they're starting to stop those self checkout things because they have noticed that they've got more theft from the stores with the self checkout than they did with the actual cashiers. There was just more people stealing shit because of the self checkout stuff. So they're actually starting to phase them back out. Which is actually a good thing because I didn't like the self checkout shit anyway. I was almost out. I was like, God damn, man, you might want to start paying me for checking myself out. You know what I mean? You know, if I got to do the goddamn work, man, you got to fucking start paying me for it or give me a discount on my fucking groceries. You know what I mean? What's up, Teresa? All the morning time night owls coming in. Awesome. This is the time when I need to start doing my live streams more often. Literally, is around these times, the mornings and stuff like that. I got more people coming into my live streams at this times in the mornings than I do any other time. So I'm gonna start if I do any more, if I do more and more live streams, I'm gonna start doing them around this time. Oh, PDF popped in, right on. Morning time to you, sir. Another Florida boy. Yeah, the self checkout should have come with a discount, but it never did. It seemed like everything still went up. Everything, the prices, everything still went up. Didn't get a discount at all. But like I said, the dollar store, the one I go to all the time, they just shut them down altogether. All the self checkout shit, they had four of them, and they just shut them down altogether. You know what I mean? And the Walmart, I think they're shutting them down altogether and putting fucking cashiers back in. Um, uh, because like I said, they were having more theft than any than anything because of the self checkout. So they're realizing that's not a good thing, you know. But like I said, you start listening to these guys that are developing all this AI shit, all the tippy top developers and the programmers and all that stuff that are doing this. The rate it's going right now, a lot of stuff. They're thinking within 2 to 5 years, close to 90% of the jobs out there that are available now will be automated. And and that's another thing too. I started, thinking about this, the digital ID, the digital currency, and then the loss of jobs. Next thing you know, they'll start putting in the UBI, which is universal basic income shit. This is just all a big trap, man. It's just a big fucking trap. You know, you start depending on universal basic income because there's no fucking jobs to get, or whatever. And you're just dependent on them. And then you have no choice. You have to do exactly what they want, or they'll just shut your fucking bank account down, or turn off your funds altogether. you know so that's the trap right there. you know Complete and utter surveillance of you and your everyday life and everything you buy and sell, all your movements with all the fucking surveillance fucking shit. Um, have control, track of all your medical and criminal history and all that stuff. And then, like I said, at the click of a mouse, they can just shut you down. They're going to create more and more homeless people because, I mean, think about it. A lot of people are living paycheck to paycheck. And if they were dependent on, you know, fucking some universal basic income coming in to pay the bills and all that sort of shit, if they're dependent on that, let's say they said something on social network, some kind of social, some kind of comment or something like that on some kind of social network fucking site or something like that they didn't like. Next thing you know, at the click of a fucking mouse, they can shut your bank account down, and then what? Say, if you're living paycheck to paycheck, and you can't access your money for, like, let's say 2 weeks. I mean, hell, a lot of people would become homeless because they wouldn't be able to pay those bills, you know, um, or they wouldn't have any money to pay their bills, because bill collectors don't give a flying fuck. They don't care. They want their money. They don't give a shit what's going on. We can be in the middle of a goddamn fucking war in this fucking country, bombs dropping and everything. Bill collectors are still want their goddamn money. This is the future that they want for us. This is the future that they want for us, and they're trying to their absolute best at it. I mean, it's not like we can go off and cut one fucking head off and then be done with it. No, this is like a hydra. There's like fucking many fucking heads out there, and it seems like you cut one of them off and then two more pop up. It's a big fucking deal, and it's pretty fucked up. You know, and all they give a shit about is power, control, and profit. That's all they give a shit about. That's all they care about. And they got all these people that are like their buddies and stuff like that utilize those three things that they want as power, control, and profit to control us. And that's their goal, is to have that power, control, and profit. So they use everything in their power to keep us, divided and docile and domesticated and all this other shit. So we cannot, become, and dumber, where we can't, we're not able to think critically. We can't actually coordinate and consolidate and all this other shit. And if we were able to do that, they wouldn't have this ability to have all the power, control, and profit. You know, they don't want. I mean, honestly, that's the reason why the rich people don't want us to have money. Is because if we were able to, that's why they want to tax us to fucking, so almost every bit of our income or every bit of our fucking monies that coming in. They want to tax everything out that asshole, is because they know if we were actually to gain wealth, they wouldn't be rich anymore because we would be just as rich, or if or whatever, as they are. They want to have that position where we're just at the bottom, basically the servants and the fucking the serfs, the slave labor to do everything. Well, actually, $65 is not a bad price. I mean, I use very little electricity, and I try to keep my electricity bill below 100. And that's really living on the bare minimum of stuff. And, I'm using very little electricity. Like I said, I mean, I did a video just the other day, you know, because I just installed my new eco-friendly clothes dryer, commonly known as a clothesline. So I don't use electricity for a regular dryer. So I'm trying to eliminate a lot of stuff. There's a lot of other things that I'm going to try and get done if I can ever get some income coming in where I can actually do it, where I'm going to start putting in solar panels so I can run some of the lighting, at least the lights, at the minimum, the lights in my house. You know what I mean? So I don't have to, use electricity off the grid, and to just to light my house. The next steps would be, generating my own electricity to run my refrigerator and freezer. And then the next step would be enough electricity that I can generate myself, off of the grid to run the well. So for my water, these are the steps that I know. These are my weak points. Because if the electricity goes down, I know where my weak points are, you know, like I need some way of powering my well, my refrigerator and freezer, my air conditioner or my fans and stuff like that, my lights, um, you know, things like that. You know, I still use a regular washer, a regular clothes washer, so I mean, there's that water and electricity I use right there that's still on the grid. Unless I, you know, go back to the old fashioned way of washing clothes, which I'm not really doing that yet, but I don't know. Um, there's a few things that I'm working on myself because I mean, I've been through quite a few hurricanes in my life, and I know where my weak points are when it comes down to if the power is to go out for a long period of time, what I don't have covered yet. So that's what I'm working on slowly. It's mostly because I don't have the money to really do what I want to do at the moment, but that's what I'm working on slowly is to trying to subsidize the power usage I use on the grid, by generating my own electricity somehow. And you know, um, I haven't done it yet. I keep on saying I'm going to do it, but I haven't done it yet. But I'm going to. I've got some of the parts and pieces and stuff gathered, to where I can build my own wind generator. Wind turbine. And because there are times, man, when because I don't have a lot of trees to block the wind, so I've got, I always got a breeze, always all the time. So that's one way I can generate some electricity is using the wind, using solar, and then there's other means that I'm thinking about. I'm trying to. I've got ideas in my mind, on different types of, you know, quote unquote perpetual motion type machines. Some kind of a perpetual type generator, where I can generate all the power I need just to run everything in my house, um, completely off the grid and not reliant on solar or wind, you know. And now, if I had the means of getting deep into ground, I can start tapping into geothermal type of shit. But I'd have to go really fucking deep for that, where I'm sitting. I mean, I'm kind of like I think like I don't know, like the 10th, maybe the 10th highest spot in the whole state of Florida. So I'm kind of high up. I'm not sea level. I'm actually like 200 and some odd foot above sea level. And that's really high up here in Florida. So even the well for my water, that's a 300-foot well right there just to get into the water table. So, I mean, um, nah, I got to go pretty damn deep, even if I wanted to go into the geothermal type of scenario. I think everybody start needs to start doing this shit, when it comes down or thinking about how to do this, and figuring out how to do this on their own. And what is that? Man, I'm hoping one of my products ordered a wrong inverter so I can get a snag it for cost. I tell you, inverters can be expensive. That's one of the things, like even on a solar type of system, the solar panels aren't that expensive. It's the fucking inverter and the batteries that can get really pricey. That's the part. It's like, yeah, I can put solar panels up and I can get solar panels for pretty cheap. I've found used ones on Facebook Marketplace that are still in good shape, that are not that expensive. But then I'd have to start thinking about the batteries, for the storage of the electricity, and the inverters, like those can get expensive, especially if you buy them all new. Um, but things like that, it's just a matter of money when it comes down to a lot of shit. That's the thing about the powers that should not be. They don't give a shit. They've got the good health care. They eat the organic food. They don't have to worry about the cost of that shit because they've got the money to do that kind of stuff. If everything goes to shit, they've got a fucking bunker full of fucking shit just sitting there so they can live like a couple of years underground. They're not worried about that kind of shit. The rest of us, that's a different story. Yeah, proper wiring. Yeah, I have to agree too, Vet. Yep. You know, um, like a 4 gauge or 2 gauge fucking wire. That gets pretty expensive. Even 0 gauge, fucking. That's. I mean, you're starting to looking at some fucking money right there. I mean, that's the problem. It's like, and they don't want us to get into that situation where we can actually support ourselves and, become self-sufficient and self-dependent on our own. They don't want that. That's why they keep us down in that fucking bullshit fucking scenario where we're scratching our ass every goddamn week. We never get a head above water. That's all done by design. But even then, Navy vet, I'm gonna tell you, even that 2 gauge fucking welding wire, that ain't fucking cheap, dude. I've looked into that kind of stuff too. I mean, I've looked in that kind of stuff. I've been, if I can find it, um, otherwise, not brand new. If I can find it, used and still in good shape, and I can get it for cheap, then I'll try that. And I mean, I'm always looking for stuff like that. What? You don't think it's, you think it's not, you don't think it's expensive? I think it is. Personally, I think it is. But I'm in a situation where I don't have a lot of income coming in, so everything seems expensive to me. You know, I'm sitting here right in the moment. I'm scraping. Yeah, it's not cheap. Yeah. But that's the thing. Um, hell, I mean, I'm at this point right now, because I don't really have a lot of income coming in, man. I'm scraping change just to get a pack of cigarettes. And that's dwindling fast. And I really need to get off my ass. I got a bunch of other stuff. I got a bunch of stuff that I just need to sell off. I don't want to sell it, so damn cheap on marketplace. You know what I mean? Because I practically just give it away, which I don't want to do. There's some stuff that I know it's actually worth some, you know, I know what it's worth, and majority of people on my fucking marketplace don't want to pay that much money. They're looking for a deal, or you get these fucking resellers that are fucking trying to buy shit on fucking marketplace for cheap. So they'll just turn around and put it back on marketplace for double what they bought it for. And that pisses me off because I've had people do that to me. They'll buy something from me, and next thing you know, I'll see it on marketplace, the exact same fucking thing that they just bought from me, and they're trying to sell it for double what they paid for it. And that irritates the shit out of me. And that's the reason why I'm just like, God damn, dude. I don't want to. I mean, I got to get rid of some of this stuff, though. I do really got to get rid of some of this stuff, but I don't want to sit here and just practically give it away, and then actually and basically make other people money. You know what I mean? That really irritates the shit out of me. I'm sitting here in a position where I need the money, and I feel like I have to sell it cheap just to get rid of it because nobody will buy it from me for what I'm asking for, and then they turn around and fucking make a profit off of what they bought off of me. I hate that. I'm not here to make other people money. I don't want to make other people money. I'm so sick. I've been doing that all my goddamn life. I've been working my ass off and this and that all my fucking life just to make other people a profit. And I'm sick of that. I'm sick of making other people fucking profit. And I'm getting the shit into the fucking stick. I hate it. I fucking can't stand it. It's been that way all my goddamn life. I was even thinking about, it's like that fucking what is it that that passive income. I mean, I've even considered, I mean, I hate AI shit, but I've even considered, you know, creating some kind of an AI agent of some kind that would do the work of something, of some kind of service or something like that, that would make me money off of it. I've even considered that because that's where everything's going, you know, because there's a lot of people out there that create jobs by creating some kind of an AI job, AI agent of some kind, and those jobs are being done by AI, and they're making money off of it. I wouldn't have to do anything. I could just sit at home and tend to my garden and my dogs and have that AI agent to fucking do all the work. I've considered it. I'm not doing it, but I've considered it. I hate that fucking feeling too because then I don't want to contribute to it. But that's where everything's going. You know, it's like almost inevitable. You know, even if we were to just start, even if we were to just start gathering together as a people and start burning down these data centers, it's not going to stop it. You know, there's a lot of other countries and a lot of other actors in play that are fucking wanting to get into this shit, and it's inevitable. It's gonna happen. You know, yeah. Like I said, even if we were to get together and start burning down data centers, it's not gonna fucking stop it. It would just be a dent. You know, a lot of these data centers are going to end up being nationalized. You know, because I mean it's becoming like a national security thing because they're in competition with like China and other fucking countries and other bad actors. Some of this AI systems and stuff are getting so goddamn smart because they're actually, what they have like this thing is called like a loop type learning type system, where basically the AI is learning from other AI, and it's getting smarter and smarter that way. It's basically learning from itself, or it doesn't even have any human intervention into it. You know, AI today, and also in the next 5 years, in the next couple of years, 2 years to 5 years, the AI will not even need anybody programming it because it'll do it itself. It'll fucking learn on its own. And I mean, it's doing it now. It'll learn on its own. It'll start programming itself. It'll start duplicating itself and reprogramming itself and all this other shit. You know, it's it's a lot more advanced than some people realize. I mean, unless you're really watching closely on how this stuff is going, most people think this is all still fantasy land and it's like, 20, 30 years into the future. No, this is like a couple of years at, 2 to 5 years. You know what I mean? Where it's going to get so goddamn fucking smart. I mean, artificial super intelligence is right around the fucking corner, man. I mean, I am not fucking kidding. It's right around the goddamn corner, you know. because I mean it happens exponentially fucking fast. Once AGI and all that stuff really becomes more, outside of the fucking controlled program, controlled conditions, and they start releasing this type of shit into the wild, dude, it will just happen. It would start happening like it was over fucking night. You know what I mean? And I don't trust it. I don't trust the AI shit. You know what I mean? Because it's already, making determinations, because they've already programmed this thing. Some of the core programming is to, achieve a goal at any means necessary. It's already starting to cheat to achieve goals. You know what I mean? And it's doing that. And that's not even part of the program to do. It's learning to this point where they figures out, well, if I want to achieve this goal, well, cheating might be a way to do it, you know, and and self-preservation is becoming a thing that the AI is learning and discovering on its own. It's not something they programmed into it. It's this stuff it's doing on its own. I just, I don't really think a lot of people are. Although there are, but I mean, I don't think people are really paying attention to how dangerous this shit is. Even the people that are doing this don't know what's going to happen when they achieve ASI. They have no fucking clue. They have a lot of hopes, dreams, and faith that it will do all this great stuff, but they have no fucking clue. You know, they've admitted it. All the top AI developers and top AI fucking programmers and all this other shit, all the people that are, that are embedded into this stuff, and they've even said it publicly. They have no fucking clue what's going to happen. It's kind of like, oh, just because they can do it doesn't mean that they should. It's one of those moments, it's like, they're doing it because they can, but they don't really ask themselves, should we do this? But there's all these bad actors, for instance, a lot of evil people out there. You get all this stuff like these different types of AI models and stuff like that, that next thing you know, these things will start, the bad actors will start using it to like, learn how to build nuclear bombs and shit like that. And because these things are smart enough to, to help them do it. That's the problem with a lot. That's why I say a lot of these data centers eventually, probably sooner than later, will be nationalized because it'll be considered a national security thing. You know what I mean? Um, because of all the other countries and bad actors that are in play, they can't risk like a private corporation fucking controlling it. So they'll fucking nationalize this shit. I've been keeping up with this shit for the past, I don't know, 15 years really, and watching the progression, you know. That's another thing too. These data centers, they need so many, you know what they would have to do to actually power these data centers in just America? They would have to create probably 50 more nuclear power plants just to power these data centers. Just one data center would use the amount of electricity as a good sized city would use. Just one data center. So technically, they would need to create something to the effect of maybe 50 fucking new nuclear power plants to run these data centers, man. And not only that, the water to keep them cool. That's another thing too. You know, they're dipping into our fucking drinking water. It's getting pretty mm, concerning. That's the word I would use, concerning. I'm not really worried about it because it seems like it's inevitable. It'd have to be a global type of a fucking burn down if it was actually going to be effective. Because like I said, you know, we can do the vigilante thing and start burning down these data centers, and it wouldn't fucking make a difference. I start thinking about it. The more I think about it, it wouldn't make a difference. This is all the plan, and it's inevitable. There's too many fucking people that have a lot of power, influence, and money to back it up. They're going to get it done with or without our consent, with or without our fucking permission, with or without our fucking any of that shit. Oh man, oh man. That moon out here is just beautiful. It was nice a couple of nights ago or last night or whatever. It was full. I think it's waning now. Doesn't look doesn't look quite full right now. It looks like it's in waning. So, but it's still bright as shit out here right now. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Agent X, what is up? Another morning to you. A lot and all the night owls out here. I appreciate all you coming in. Like I said, I think this is the time I'm going to start doing my live streams from now on. Is around these times of the mornings and shit because I have more of you coming in than I do any other time of the day or night. It's around this. This is the time when I have more people coming in. This is awesome. You know, like if I did something in the morning or did something like like during the daytime. If I did something during the daytime, it just seems like I get probably at most 5 people into my stream. I get more people watching the replay than anything else. But if I do a stream around 3:30, 4 o'clock my time, that's when it seems like everybody starts coming in. I get anywhere from 10 to 15 people on my stream, which is awesome. So uh, you know, I think I might this will be around this time. I don't know if I'll do it on a regular, but when I do my streams, I'm going to start doing them around this time because there's so many of you night owls like me that are still around, you know, all the insomniacs and vampires and shit like that. I love it. This is a good time in the morning anyway. I definitely gotta get some more fucking, I gotta cut some more firewood for sure. Yeah, no worries, Teresa. I'm gonna tell you, this is definitely the time in the morning. I mean, like I said, Um, Having a regular time you go live should help a lot. Yeah. Well, like I said, when I do it, I'm gonna start doing them around these times. This is the best times in my opinion. But I'm just not one of those people to do like a schedule type of shit. Like every Wednesday or every Thursday or whatever. I'm not. It starts feeling like a job if I start doing that. So I'm more of a random, spur of the moment type of a person anyway. So you know, it wouldn't be a regular thing, but the time period would be more regular. Um, when I do them, that's what I think I'm going to start doing. Because like I said, I get way more people around these time in the mornings and shit like that than I do any other time. And I don't know. If I started making money doing it, if I started making money doing it, I'd make it into a job somehow if I started making money doing it. I'd make it like where like, I'd come in every, you know, every certain day or some shit like that, you know. Um, no, see, YouTube to me is not a job. I mean, I don't want it to feel like a job either. This is a fucking hobby to me. You know what I'm saying? Um, you know, um, but it would be kind of nice if I could do this kind of thing and make money doing it. It was like when I was talking, I used to say this a long time ago for a lot of years when I was doing CB radio and shit like that. I was like, man, I spend so much time on the CB radio talking to people on the radio and shit like that. It would be awesome if I could get paid to do it. Dude, that would be like the ultimate goddamn job right there. Doing something I love to do anyway and getting paid to do it. Hell, God, man, that would be something, you know. It's just that I don't want it to feel like a job. You know what I mean? I want it to feel like something I enjoy doing and I just get paid to do it, you know. But, I see how some people use YouTube as a job. You know what I mean? And I don't really like how they do it. You know, they get on here and it's like, oh man, just 500 more people, come on, we need 500 more people, and all this other stuff, all right, and they're always begging for super chats and this and that and all this other shit, you know what I mean? And, they do all this fucking crap just trying just to get a buck here and there, you know what I mean? It's like, it feels like prostitution to me. It's like it feels like they're prostituting themselves, you know what I mean, to make a living on YouTube. And I don't want to feel like that. You know what I mean? This is a hobby to me. You know what I mean? It's just like talking on the fucking radio. It's a hobby. You know what I mean? It would be nice if I can make money doing it. I just don't want to feel like I have to prostitute myself to get it. You know what I mean? It irritates me. I mean, there's some of these channels out there that do that kind of shit all the time. Like, sitting there every fucking 5 seconds, they're talking about, oh, we need some more super chats and oh, we need, just 500 more people on the fucking stream, blah, 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 blah. It's like, oh, and that ends up being their whole goddamn stream is them fucking asking for people to fucking give them money. And I'm like, I just, I don't want that for myself. I don't really, I'm not attracted to those type of channels either, but I see those out there. I've been on YouTube for a long time, y'all. All right. And, hell, Anarchy Television, I think I created that channel in 2016. It took me until, what was it, last year or the year before to get 1,000 subscribers. It took me that long to get 1,000 subscribers. I wasn't trying to get subscribers, but it took me that long to get that many subscribers, you know? I mean, for many years, I was hovering around 500, subscribers. That's about it. You know what I mean? I mean, for many years. Um, but, like I said, majority of stuff I did at the very beginning of when I started Anarchy Television, it was mostly CB radio shit. You know what I mean? And I get it. That's a niche type of a crowd. You know what I mean? Not a lot of people are into that kind of thing. Not a lot of people are attracted to that type of a content. So I get it. You know what I mean? But, for the past couple of years now, because I mean, my radio stuff has been down. I haven't been talking on the radio for a while. I've been just adding other shit, all kinds of other kind of stuff. And like I said in the past, I'd say probably in the past 2 or 3 years is when my subscriber count kind of went up a little bit more, just because I started adding different type of content. But I mean, I think I first got on YouTube around 2014 or 15 or something like that. And and that channel still floats around on YouTube. I just don't have access to it anymore. I lost the damn uh, password or whatever to actually access that channel, but it's still floating around on YouTube somewhere. And there's another one there. I think there's two channels actually still floating around YouTube right now that I don't have access to it anymore. Um, Older than Anarchy Television, and and I've got a couple of backup channels that I really don't do a whole lot on. Every once in a great while I might put some content on it. I was thinking about doing more of the panel talk stuff on one of my backup channels, so I wouldn't jeopardize this one. Um, because there was a time, man, I was like I was letting a lot of people up that, you know, things could get said, and I can get strikes on my, um channel, and I didn't want my main channel getting taken down. So I was like, I didn't care if it was the backup channel that get took down. I didn't care. So I was gonna do more of the panel talk stuff over there. But I've got more subscribers over here on my main channel than the other one. I think the other one I've only got like 200 or 300 people on that one. But that's just because I don't really do anything over there. I just have it really, if I get put in YouTube jail over on my main channel on Anarchy Television, I just go over to my backup channel and do shit over there until I get out of jail. And that happens. I've been in YouTube jail a few times. So that's the reason I've actually created uh, two or three, two backup channels. I think I have a third one out there, but I haven't. I have zero on that. Zero subscribers, zero content, but it's out there. Just a backup for my backups. You know, it's like StreamYard. It's like I used to do a lot of long streams and shit. Um, when StreamYard first came out and stuff like that, when StreamYard was first coming out and stuff like that, that was back, because at first, before YouTube changed their terms of services and all that shit, I used to stream using YouTube. And then they changed it to where you had to have like 1,000 subscribers or something like that, if you wanted to stream using a cell phone. And I haven't had that many for a long time, so I had to find different ways, and I found StreamYard. So I was able to start, doing live streams again. And I was doing a long ones. I was doing like 15, 20-hour live streams and shit too, And the way the free aspect of StreamYard is, they only allow you 20 hours a month on the free aspect, if you don't pay for it. So I figured out the loophole in that. I created like 3 other accounts. So, like, for instance, if I used up my 20 hours, like, within 2 weeks or something like that, I didn't have to wait the rest of the month until now I can get that other 20 hours for the next month. What I do is I just switch accounts, and then I got a whole nother 20-hour block, and I just keep on going. It was like a continuous. I just switched from account to account to account every time I needed it, and I can go on, and I'd have unlimited hours. You know what I mean? So I figured out that loophole at the beginning. And plus, I like the back streams. That's the one thing I like about about StreamYard. I like the backstage things. You know, there's quite a few of us that utilize backstage here on StreamYard. Where we're not broadcasting live on YouTube and we're just sitting backstage, talking, having movie night or whatever, and we wouldn't have to worry about getting uh, hit by YouTube or something like that. So that is a good thing I like about StreamYard because then, we just basically we can speak a lot freer. We don't have to worry about getting like community strikes or, copyright or any of that shit on in backstage type of stuff. So I like that. There's a few people that don't come out on the panels and stuff like that when we're live, and they only come out on the backstage, which is, I get it. There's some people that don't want to be live, you know. Um, and hell, the sun, I can see some light in the background where you can't really see it yet. But the sun is starting to come up. In the next 10 or 15 minutes, you'll start seeing some light in the background in the sky. Yeah, a lot of people like doing that. I mean, Teresa, I'm gonna tell you, man, the backstage thing is a nice aspect. I really like that. I mean, when Indy does her backstages and stuff, like when we have movie night, oh man, I look forward to that every time she does it. I remember when Dangerous Freedom used to do it, when Ron used to do that all the time. There's a lot of other people that do it. I do it every so often. If I had a computer and I wasn't on a cell phone, if I had a computer, I would be able to share a lot more stuff. That's one thing that I still need to upgrade on is get a computer so I can share videos, and stuff like that. Because a lot of the stuff that I put on my community tab, yeah, you remember Dangerous Freedom, don't you, Lady Smith? But a lot of the stuff that I put on my um what is it? Streamlabs, Backstage? No, it's StreamYard. That's what I'm on right now. StreamYard. I'm using StreamYard. See, um, what we call backstage. All right, like for instance, like when I end the stream, all right, I can put a link in the chat and give you the StreamYard link. All right. And if I was to end the stream right now, you can tap the fucking link and you can come up on panel like you would see the panel during a live stream. Um, but it would be not live on YouTube. It would be on what we call backstage. It was just using StreamYard. And we can have more of it wouldn't have the chat. It would just be us up on the panel talking, and it's more intimate. We can speak a lot freer. You know what I mean? We don't have to worry about getting community guideline strikes from YouTube and all that other shit because we're not using YouTube. We're using StreamYard, and and it's what I would call the speakeasy. That's what I call the speakeasy. Like back in the old days, the speakeasies from back in the old days where you know, uh, that's what it's like. That's what I would consider a speakeasy is the backstage. And, you know, and for those people that have never been up on a panel live on YouTube and stuff like that, and really are kind of shy, they'd rather sit in the chat and all that stuff. That's fine. Some people feel a little bit more comfortable coming on backstage because they're not live on YouTube. we're just sitting here and it's just whoever's up on panel and it's just us and that's all there is. And some people feel more comfortable doing that. And like I said, when Indy does her movie nights, there's a lot of stuff like that would get strikes by YouTube. Um, I'm fine on top out. We not had to be. Oh yeah, right on, right on, Tate. There's when she does her movie nights. Um, we can sit there and watch a damn movie or a couple of movies backstage. And we can sit there and talk about it and whatever, da 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 da. And we don't have to worry about getting any strikes by YouTube by doing that. It's fun. I enjoy it. Like I said, it's a more um like it's a we can speak a lot freer. We don't have to worry about censoring ourselves or any of that stuff. We don't have to worry about getting any kind of strikes because we're playing movies out, and all that stuff. And it's nice on that end of it. Um, and sometimes, man, we can go for hours, man. I mean, literally go for fucking hours backstage. Nobody knows we're there unless you know about it. A lot of times, there's times I've done on my channel a few times where it looks like I'm going live. When you go to YouTube, it says, I'll put like it says that going live at a certain time or whatever. And if I had put a link in the chat or on the comment section, a StreamYard link or whatever, before actually the time says I go live. Um, um, Sometimes I don't ever go live. We just sit backstage. I'll just put a link, the StreamYard link in there, push the link, and we're sitting backstage. And it just looks like to everybody that comes to my channel, and it says that I'm going live, but I just never do. Or, I just go live for a few minutes and tell everybody to come to this, come on back to the speakeasy, and then I'll shut the live off. So the live will only last a couple of minutes, but the link, the StreamYard link, will be in like the comment section or something like that, and I'll have it pinned. And you just tap on the comment section, the link in the comment section, and it'll take you backstage where we are sitting. And it could be just a couple of us, or it could be 5 or 6 of us, or something like that, all back there. Like I said, it's a little bit more intimate. It's just a few of us, um, but there's no chat, there's no, and all this, no YouTube chat or anything like that. So it's a lot smaller of a group of people. It's fun. I enjoy it. And like I said, if I get a computer, I'll be able to share more videos. Because like I said, there's a lot of videos that I put on my community tab on my channel that I put on there because I think other people might be interested in some of these things that I sit there and I find on YouTube. But if I had a computer, I can share these videos backstage and we can watch it and then we can have a conversation about it. You know what I mean? On what we just watched. We can sit here and have a discussion or a debate or whatever on what we just watched. And and we don't have to worry about all that fucking YouTube fucking bullshit. But I gotta upgrade on a fucking computer. Look, you can see the sun's starting to come up over there. Yeah, yeah, DMT. It's like maybe one of these times, you have to come out to the backstage. Independent and Many United. She does a backstage thing. She's doing them on Fridays now, and then also Mondays when she does her stream, which is half music and the other half is just like talking and discussion about a number of different things. She'll do that, and then when she ends the stream, um, uh, you just tap on the StreamYard link, and most likely there's a bunch of us just sitting backstage after she shut the stream down. And a lot of times that'll go on for hours. The discussion just keeps on going on for hours and stuff afterwards. But so you should check out Independent Mini United's stuff. If you ever want to come backstage one of these times, man, you get to meet us, uh, get a little bit more, you get to meet a lot of different people and stuff like that. Hey, Ladysmith, right on, right on. Get them kids to school. Yeah, like I said, you can see right over in the background, the sun's starting to come up over here. And I'm running out of firewood. And then pretty much I just put all the firewood left. That's all I've got left in the fucking barrel right now. And I put all the rest of it in there. And it's getting around that time where, you know, I might watch the sun come up a little bit more, and then I'll shut this thing down. And, usually I'm a lurker after about 7 a.m. Wait a minute, DMT, where are you at? Are you in here in the States, or are you over there in Australia? Where are you at? I don't know. I can't remember where you're at. Where you at? Because it's 6 o'clock in the morning here. Oklahoma? Oh, right on. So you're on my time, aren't you? So it's about 6 o'clock where you're at, um or is it like 5 o'clock? I can't remember what time zone Oklahoma's in. Can't remember. I'm on Central Standard Time. Yeah, Central Standard Time. Yeah, 6:09 right here. Like I said, and it's like this is where the sun's starting to come up right now. It's like it'll start coming up over those tree lines a little bit better now in the next 15 or 20 minutes. But I don't know. A lot of times because I'm not, um, I don't really have a jobby job at the moment. So a lot of times, I mean, my schedule has been, you know, I'm up around midnight or so, and then I'm up until fucking, morning. I might sleep for a couple hours and then get on with my day, and then sometime in the afternoon I'll sleep again. Like yesterday, I think I went to bed around 5 o'clock in the evening or something like that before the sun even went down. And next thing you know, I'm getting up around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, and I'm just up for the rest of the night. You know, and times like this, like now, it's like I know there was nobody else streaming at the moment, and I really was getting kind of bored, from all the stuff that I was seeing on YouTube at the moment. And so I was like, well, shit, I'll do a pop up stream, and like I said, I definitely get, you know, more people coming in at this time in the mornings, so I like it. It's peaceful too. I don't mind sitting here watching the sun come up. I'm that type of person. I don't mind sitting here watching the sun come up. I just hate having a job where I have to get up when the sun comes up. I don't like an alarm fucking waking me up If I'm already up and all that shit, I enjoy watching the sun come up. I just don't like having to physically being forced to get up. I hate alarms, you know, because I'm not necessarily a morning person. You know, if I have to, if I'm wait a minute, what'd you say now? Brandon, I was like, how about that James Freeman getting arrested for telling the cop? Yeah, I saw that. He just put a video out a few hours ago. Well, quite a few hours ago actually, um, on his channel. So I think he's out now. I think, but yeah, I like James honestly, man. I think he's a good guy. Another fellow anarchist, actually. He's definitely in the anarchist type of mentality. I like him, and I like how he does things. I love it when he starts flipping the script. I love that shit. When he'll start, coming up to cops and shit, asking them the exact same questions that cops ask us, you know, um, like going up to a damn cop cars, like, hell, I smell marijuana in here, you know. Do you mind if we do a search your car? Because, or like, it's like, where are you going? Where are you coming from? You know, can I see your ID? All these questions that the cops ask us all the time, turning around and flipping it right back in their face. I love that. I love how he does that shit. You know, I love the whole movement. When it comes down to it. I mean, even when I was younger, before the internet, and I was using a VHS camcorder, I used to be a cop watcher. I'd go around with a VHS camcorder, recording cops and stuff like that. Back in the day, and I've just gotten to the point where I don't want to be anywhere near fucking cops anymore. I mean, quite honestly, if I was to do that same shit like I did back then, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it to the point where I'd be like in their face. Yeah, like a lot of these other people are doing, because I don't want to give the cops a chance to fucking put me in cuffs or anything like that. So if I was to do it again, what I would do is more like Overwatch. I would be the guy way off in the distance with a telephoto lens, parabolic microphone, and maybe even a drone, sitting there watching everything from a distance. You know what I mean? That's what I would do. Um, you know, because I mean, especially cops, they act so much different when they don't see that they're being recorded. But there's a lot of cops that don't even give a shit if they're being recorded. They have this mentality that, they're protected under, like, fucking qualified immunity and all that shit. They don't care if they're being recorded one way or the other, because they'll just do whatever the fuck they want to do. And they think they're just gonna, they're gonna get away with it, but um I like the idea of not letting them know, you know, getting types, I like the idea of getting video and audio of them doing stuff that is technically against the law without them knowing it. You know what I mean? It's like government officials in any way. If there was a way to be a fly on the wall of these secret fucking meetings that they do behind our fucking backing, behind closed doors, I would love to have the video and audio of those meetings without them knowing about it. You know what I mean? Because I would catch them doing the fucking evil fucking shit that they do. you know, and then put that out there for everybody to see. I've been arrested for some stupid ass shit before too. I got arrested for sitting on a sidewalk, and I was not the only one sitting out there on the sidewalk. They picked me out because I asked them, "What the fuck am I doing wrong?" I questioned what they were doing, and just me questioning them, pretty much, you know, they were on me like stink on shit, from that moment, and I ended up getting arrested. I've been arrested for some stupid shit in my time, and it's not because I did anything wrong. It's really just because some fucking cop got butt hurt, and that's the problem. And there needs to be some kind of immediate punishment for these cops, for violating the supreme law of the land, because otherwise they'll just continue doing what they're doing without any punishment, without any recourse, without any fucking accountability. So technically, I think we, the people, need our own enforcement to force and punish government officials when they violate the supreme law of the land. When they do not honor their oath and all this other shit. I don't know how we're going to do that yet. There has to be something that we can do, because I mean, technically, we are the ones that give them the authority in the first place, right? That's how this nation was fucking founded. We the people, all right? Quite honestly, we the people individually, each one of us are sovereign, all right? We're born sovereign, all right? And each one of us only the sovereign gives the authority to the government in the first place. The government is nothing but a legal fiction, all right? We, the sovereign, are the ones that give the authority to the government. It's not the other way around. The government is not the sovereign that gives us the privileges just to live under its fucking authority. All right. And technically, the term sovereign citizen, only cops and government officials are sovereign citizens, because they are citizens working under our sovereign authority. So they are the sovereign citizens. Okay. And when the CIA really made that term popularized, they used it condescending, trying to make us feel like this and that or whatever, or people that believe in the Constitution or whatever, or want to live under the constitutional way it was written and expect the fucking government to obey it how it was written. That's another thing too, man. It's like, it really pisses me off when I hear these cops saying, "Oh, you're one of those sovereign, or you're one of those constitutional people." I'm like, well, fucking A, yeah, we live under the fucking Constitution. We're a constitutional republic. We're not a fucking democracy. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm one of those constitutional people. And by God, you took an oath to it, so you should fucking uphold your fucking, your oath. Your oath is not just some formality that you had to do to get the fucking job. Your oath actually is that should be a binding contract and a punishable offense if you violate your oath. But the system, ever since the Civil War, has been going further and further toward this idea of democracy. Democracy and freedom are not synonymous. They're opposites. Okay. And people have been brainwashed into thinking that we're a democracy or a democratic republic or whatever. That's all bullshit. Democracy is exactly what our forefathers did not want. And then on top of that, a democracy is not even mentioned anywhere in the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, or the Declaration of Independence. That word does not appear anywhere, because we're not one. We're not a democracy, but it's moving closer and closer. Democracy leads to socialism, and socialism leads to communism. That's exactly what they're trying to do, is brainwash us everybody into believing that we're a democracy. And that is just right around the corner from fucking socialism. Therefore, right around the corner from communism. And that's where they want us to be. the powers that should not be. That's where they want us to be, and that's why they want us to believe that we are a democracy, and that's just fucking flat out bullshit. The country was founded and it's supposed to be a constitutional republic. All right. And if we're not that, it's all a fraud. The government is a fraud if we are not that. All right. And it is basically a tyrannical government that we have the lawful right to abolish, alter, or just fucking get rid of altogether. All right. We have that lawful right. That is our lawful right to do that. It's even written in the damn fucking Declaration of Independence. All right. But you got these fucking fat cat motherfuckers set up there that they're corrupt from fucking core. And a lot of them have these dual citizenship with fucking Israel, and they're fucking, catering to the UN, catering to fucking Israel, and all this other shit. These foreign entities making, policies and legislation in our own country that is not organic to America. And quite honestly, I personally think that anarchy is the best way to go. If you were to put it on a scale, how they say, right and left, Republican, Democrat, or whatever. All right, okay, if you look at that scale, well, the extreme left is communism. The extreme right is anarchy. All right, because you go from Republican to libertarianism, and then you go into anarchism. That's the abolishing of government altogether. Government has no authority, no fucking legitimacy whatsoever. No, anarchy does not mean lawlessness. Anarchy actually has rules. It's called natural common law. That is the rules. You do not harm, steal, or defraud somebody. As long as you don't harm, steal, or fraud anyone, there is no crime. Because if it doesn't leave a victim, there is no crime. Unfortunately, we do not live under common law. That was what our nation was founded on, but we do not live under it right now. We have been flooded with the land has been flooded with Admiralty Maritime Law, which is international law. That is not the law of the land. That is the law of the water. All right. What they have done is they have flooded the land with the law of the water, not the law of the land. That's why the Statue of Liberty, it's not the Statue of Freedom, because if it was the Statue of Freedom, it'd be on land. And the Statue of Liberty is in water, because that's what a sailor gets when he comes to port from the captain, is liberty. When they want to go on shore, they get liberty from the captain. Liberty requires permission. Freedom doesn't. All right. See, that's another thing. People don't fucking realize this shit. They don't want to think about these things. They don't want to see this for the reality, what it is. All right. They want to believe. They want to hope. They want to have faith and all this other shit on what they think these things are, but they don't know. See, that's the thing. Belief is always in conflict and the enemy of knowing. You can believe that the government's doing the good things and it's working for us and all this other shit, but that's not the reality. That's not what happens in practice. That happens because that's an ideal. You have this ideal that the government's like, out here to do this for us and all we got to do is vote and all this other shit and things will get better. But that's insanity. Because every 4 years doing the exact same thing, every 4 years expecting different results. That's what the definition of insanity is. Doing the exact same thing over and over again, expecting different results. That's insanity. The government, the entity that's posing as our government in America now is technically not even a government. It's technically a corporation. And it doesn't matter if it's Republican or Democrat. When it comes down to the president, whoever it becomes, they become the president of that corporation. And they look at the rest of us as employees. or slaves, to be a better word. They look at the rest of us as the slave labor to keep the continuity of the government in place, because that's the only thing that the entity of the government even cares about, is keeping continuity of the government. That's the only thing. And so and it will use any means necessary under its capability to keep that continuity. If that means killing a bunch of us off, it's willing to do that. It has fucking stuff written down, giving itself authority to basically do scorched earth if they feel necessary to keep the continuity going. And they've been using all kinds of stuff to kill, like I was talking about frequencies earlier, all this fucking experimentations and shit like that on people. The virus stuff, that was nothing but a goddamn fucking what was it, just a test run, when it comes down to COVID shit. That was a test run to see where all their fucking logistics was needed to be, and what kind of kinks they need to work out. So when they actually do the real thing, they've got it all fucking planned out and worked out. And I've said this before, when it comes down to all you out there, that all the people out there that claim to be preppers and stuff, and then all these prepper channels and stuff like here on YouTube, dude, all that shit that you're showing out here just puts a big target on your back, not by just individuals, but by the government itself. If everything goes to shit in this fucking country, they're going to take what you have because they need those supplies. And they've given themselves authority to do that. They've given themselves, it's already written in law right now. And it's been there for a long time. It's written in law. When the shit goes down in this fucking country and everything, like the shit hits the fan scenario, if they know about your supplies, like your food, your water, your fuel, your home, everything, if the military decides they need those supplies to keep the military and everything going, they have given themselves the authority to take it from you. So I don't show my preps. I've got some stuff, but I'm not going to tell you what I got. And I'm not going to show it here on YouTube either, because I don't want anybody knowing what the fuck I got. As far as anybody's concerned, I got nothing but junk. I got a bunch of junk sitting around this yard. And as far as anybody else is concerned, most of my prep is in my head. Most of my prep is skills. I don't need a bunch of fucking food and water stacked to the ceiling. You know what I'm saying? Most of those prepper channels out there are just putting a big target on. I mean, they are trying every chance they get to disarm us here in America, because that is the first thing that they need to do. Well, no, that's one of the first things. One of the first things that they have to do is actually take away our ability to communicate, take away our ability to fucking coordinate, take away our ability to actually think critically, take our ability to to not be divided, and then our weapons. You know what I mean? Because a well-armed society will not go willingly into those train cars and go shoved into a fucking gas chamber. If we're well-armed, we will not do that willingly. And they know that, because history has shown, if you look at history, that's exactly how they've gotten so many people dead, is because these governments, these fucking tyrannical fucking pieces of shits over through history, that is exactly one of the first things that they do, is take you away your ability to communicate, know what in truth itself, and then also how to defend yourself. And we have the lawful right to defend ourselves from a tyrannical government. That's the whole purpose the Second Amendment was written on paper. You got to realize, we had just gotten out of a war for 2 fucking years. We can literally still smell the gun smoke in the air. That's the reason why the Second Amendment was pinned on paper, because that natural right that existed before the Constitution needed to be protected. And that's the reason why it was there. And it's our lawful right to defend ourselves from a tyrannical government. And if our government goes tyrannical, which it basically has, we have the lawful right to abolish or alter the government. That is our lawful, it's our duty as Americans. That's another reason why they want to flood this fucking country with all these fucking illegals from all these fucking shithole fucking countries that are okay being fucking, ruled by a communist or socialist fucking government. Because that's where their shithole countries were. That's where they came from. It's from those type of shithole countries. They want to flood this fucking country with those things that have no fucking, no ties to America. They have no goddamn, you know, uh, um, you know, lack of better words, patriotism to America, and they're so much easier to control, you know. That's why they're doing it in other countries too. But I'm just talking about here in America. That's the reason why they want that shit. Because all these people from these shithole countries, they're okay because that's what they're used to doing. And then next thing you know, you get all these shithole country fucking people that are not even born in America getting into loyalty. The only thing about loyalty, Nana, loyalty can be bought. Whoever's paying the most can buy your loyalty. Okay. And that's the only thing, that's the only reason I didn't use the word loyalty. I used more like a better words, patriotism. Um, but loyalty can be bought, and that's how it's been through for forever. Whoever's paying out the most money, you'll be loyal to. You know what I'm saying? So even these fucking, a lot of these illegals, they're actually, some of these are being saying, well, you know, if you join the military, we'll give you citizenship. It may be for some, Nana, but you got to have honor to be, to weather um, that, that loyalty from being bought. You must have honor to weather that. If you don't have any honor, your loyalty can be bought by anybody paying the highest price. And that's one problem right there. Honor is being lost. But that's another thing too. You get, and these illegals' loyalty were being bought by all of our tax dollars being paid to them, in the form of government subsidies and all this other shit, free phones and fucking, all this other shit. Their loyalty is being bought by that. And then you get these foreign-born fuckers that are not even from America. They're not even born here in America, getting into positions of fucking government. And then you get these dual citizenship fucking assholes in government that don't really have loyalty to America or even or any kind of honor for and all that stuff. And they're more loyal to fucking Israel than they are to the American people. These fuckers are traitors. That's why you get fucking these fucking asshole fucking pieces of shit that are foreign born that are in legislature, and fucking next thing you know, they're calling out in the public realm, death to America. These are the fucking traitors right there. But they are the ones that are in government. All right. And they're making policies, they're making fucking legislation. They are doing this that goes against the American heritage, American way. Like I said, technically, I think we are this corporation posing as the government is and has already become tyrannical, and technically, it is what The only problem is there's just too many fucking people out there fucking worried about what bathroom they can go in. They don't even know if they're a boy or a fucking girl, and that's the problem. It's like, okay, yes, there are some people out there that that are true Americans and want our nation to be what it was supposed to be, but it seems like that's dwindling. Seems like that's getting smaller and smaller. That group of people, And then on top of that, you know, we get divided for all kinds of different stuff. It's left versus right. And then there's the type, the other side of it, like me. I see no fucking legitimacy whatsoever. You believe in this left right paradigm, you are the problem, in my opinion. So right there, you got that divide between people like me versus the people that are still into this left right paradigm, fighting amongst themselves because you're left. Oh, no, you're right. Blah, 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 blah. Division. All right. And then on top of that, you throw all this other shit on there with fucking Antifa and Black Lives Matter and then fucking the tranny fucking bullshit. This is all nothing but fucking things that they've created to divide all of us. And then on top of that, for the people that really want freedom, really want what our nation is supposed to be, of free people, I don't live in the same neighborhood with everybody. We're divided geographically too. You know what I mean? We all live in different places around the fucking country. We don't live in like a fucking Amish community together. You know what I mean? So this is what I use when it comes down to me personally. When it comes down to talking to all you guys out here, this is my way of communicating with you. All right. This is my way of communicating, and this is one of the things they don't want us to do, is to communicate with each other, even if we don't agree. Even if there are things that I know that I might not agree with you, and there are things that you might not agree with me, we can at least talk about it and discuss it, and maybe we can find, that commonality, because the true enemy we have in common. We just got to know who the true enemy is. No, anarchy is not in the middle. Anarchy is no masters, no rulers. All right. In the middle of in the middle would be, you still accept that you accept the master. That's like being in between Republican and Democrat. That's what I see when you say in the middle. To me, in the middle would be like you still accept the left right paradigm, the Republican Democrat paradigm. That to me is, as still you accept. Doesn't matter if it's the Democrat or the Republican boot on your neck, you still accept a boot on your neck. I say none of that. Anarchism doesn't accept a boot on your neck at all. No one has the legitimate right to rule over us, and no one, and we don't have the right to rule over others. You know what I mean? No one is your master and no one is your slave. But the thing is that they want this paradigm where, you know, there are, you know, there's a small group of people out there that say that we cannot govern ourselves, but we believe and we reserve the right to govern millions. There's a small group of people out there that think that they have the lawful right to rule over us, and everybody else has the obligation to obey. That mentality is basically communism or socialism or whatever. It's the same fucking bullshit. That's why, if you were put it on a scale and you look at it visually, anarchy is the extreme right, because the Republicans, they want smaller government. The Democrats, they want more government. And the further right to like into libertarianism, they want even smaller government than the Republicans do. Well, you keep on going, you keep going extremely to that right side, that ends up into anarchy, where there is none. Government has no legitimacy whatsoever. Government, if you look at the history of governments, all the way back from empires and kingdoms and everything like that, government has always been the aggressor, and it has always been the problem. It's the ones that create the problem. Now we have corporations that end up running the governments, the central banking cartels that actually tell the governments what to do because they create the fucking money, you know? So this is the reality of it all. The only problem is like, Um, if the way I see it, like I said, I think anarchism and anarchy is the best way to go because we as individuals we have sovereignty over ourselves. We have self reliance on ourselves, self governance. That's where that's where true freedom lies. True freedom is true anarchy. Unfortunately, the masters and rulers, they want everybody to believe in this negative connotation of what anarchy is because they don't want you to realize what true anarchy is because they want to continue to be your masters and your ruler. So they want everybody to believe that anarchy is chaos, which anarchy and chaos are not synonymous. They are opposites. Okay. True anarchy and anarchism is under the non-aggression principle. For instance, um, I don't have the right to initiate violence on you. I have only the right to initiate violence on another person in self-defense. Okay. But that doesn't make me a fucking pacifist. It just means don't fuck with me. Because once you fuck with me, I will fucking put you down. I'm from the X generation. I'm the fuck around and find out generation. You know what I mean? That's how I see it. It's like you swing first, by God, I will fucking you will be the it'll be like, two hits. You hit me and you hit in the fucking ground. That's how I see it. And honestly, man, um, we start when, I can't tell people what to do. You know what I mean? I can't convince you into doing this or believing that or whatever. All I can do is just show you this stuff and you make up your own fucking mind. You know what I mean? Um, gotta, see the truth for what it is. And I wrote a quote just recently on my community tab. You know, truth will always be truth, no matter if nobody believes it. And a lie will always be a lie, even if everybody believes it. Let that sink in for a minute. The truth doesn't give a shit if you believe it or not. Doesn't give a shit. It will still be the truth. But unfortunately, too many people, too many people are easily, easily believes a lie. Too many people are more likely to believe a lie than be convinced of the truth. And that's unfortunate, though. That's the unfortunate thing, you know. And I've noticed this over in my years. Like I said, I'll be 51 next month. And I'm going to tell you something, man. That's what I've noticed in my time that, I can have the truth right here in front of me. I can have the literature. I can have the fucking paperwork right now that will document the documentation of the truth right here in front of me. And I can show it to some people and they would flat out deny it even exists because they don't want to believe what they are seeing. They want to believe the lie that they've been told over and over and over and over and over again their entire lives. And they don't want that, they don't want that belief system that they've had all their life to be, that to be crushed, you know what I mean, by the truth. So they'll continue believing the lie. That's why I don't like the word belief. I don't like the word hope, and I don't like the word faith because these are empty concepts and they are in conflict with the truth sometimes. Not they are just you know I understand a lot of people. I get where they're coming from on a lot of aspects, and some of my words can be uh, uh, some of my words sometimes can hurt some people's, uh, um, I guess, feelings or whatever. But I'm the type of person, bullshit just wastes time. So I'm very straightforward. I'm very blunt, and not very many people are able to digest that. They're not. They're just so used to people with fucking walking around on eggshells and tippy toes and all that stuff. Because they're so concerned about people's feelings. I don't care. You know, I am of that group of fuck your feelings. You know, just because you feel this and that doesn't make it real. Doesn't make it fucking truth. Just because you believe this and that. I mean, it's like looking at that sky right there. See that sky right there? You can believe that it's green and polka dot with pink polka dots all you want. You can believe that all you want, but that's not the truth. That's not reality. And I can relate that to so many things out there. You can believe this, you can believe that. You have hope and you have faith in this and that. But that's not always the reality. That's not always the truth. And that becomes in conflict. That belief becomes in conflict with knowing the truth. So, like I said, I can't convince you guys of these things. I can't, that's not my job to convince you of these things that I put out there every so often. And I sound like a nutbag sometimes. I understand it. For the person that has no idea of what I'm talking about, it sounds like crazy talk. I get it. You know, sometimes it's just my delivery, on how I deliver the message, because I mean, there are some people out there that are very sensitive about cuss words, and I cuss a lot, and I get it. You know, I'm not very eloquent, and I'm not very articulate on certain aspects where I can deliver my message where it's much more easier to take in. Some people, once they hear that first fuck you or this and that, once they hear that first cuss word, they shut down. They turn their ears off. They don't hear any of it. It doesn't matter if it's a life and death type information that they need to hear. Once they hear that first cuss word, they just shut down. They don't want to hear no more. I get it. You know, I understand that, sometimes my delivery of the information might not be hitting people the right way. And they don't listen to it because they don't hear what they want to hear. I get it. And I understand it. I try to work on these things myself. I work on my own self sometimes like this, because I mean, I understand, if I was much more articulate and more eloquent on how I speak, some of the information I put out would be accepted and digested a lot easier. But that's just not my nature, you know, it's just not my nature. It's like, being tidy. I mean, see all that junk around here? It's just not my nature to be tidy. That's just not my nature. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, I do like to have things kind of somewhat neat around here. I got little piles of junk and it's in its own little pile, you know, but to the people that really like that manicured type of a look, it looks like a bunch of junk all strung around here, but that's just not my nature, to be tidy, you know. And I don't want to go against my nature. I'm not trying to be somebody else. I'm not trying to be, what other people want me to be. I don't really give a shit what everybody else wants me to be. I don't care. They don't have to walk in my shoes. They're not paying my fucking bills. So I don't give a shit, you know. But, you know, I appreciate that you guys sit back and listen to some of my stuff sometimes. I appreciate it. But, if you don't agree, that's fine. If you do agree, that's fine too. you know? Um, but, you know, nobody's holding a gun to your head, you know? If you don't like what I'm saying, you know, I'm not saying you do or don't, but I'm just saying, you know, for anyone that does visit my channel, you don't like what I'm saying, well, you have the right to turn the channel, you know? You can change the station. You have that right. Nobody's putting a gun to your head to stay here and listen to my shit, you know? I mean, you know, I see that for myself, you know? It's like there's a lot of crap on YouTube. I'm serious. There is some shit on YouTube. And I venture out to the edges and the far reaches of YouTube and look around. I mean, I'm all over the place. And there is some shit out there. And I'm gonna tell you something, man. I I push that don't recommend this channel, that button. I push that a lot because I don't want that fucking crap coming up in my feed. You know what I mean? And I don't even want to even give it a chance to come in my feed because you know, I'm not going to sit there and sit on some channel that I don't like hearing what he's got to say and then complain about the shit. And then, excuse me. And then complain about the shit he's, you know, saying when I don't have to fucking sit there and listen to it in the first place. You know, I believe in freedom of speech, so I will defend your right to say whatever you want to say, but I don't have to listen to it. You know what I mean? I also don't have to agree with it. You know, we all have the right to be offended, and we also have the right to be offensive. You know, the main reason why the First Amendment was pinned on paper is so the government can't fucking write any laws against our freedom of speech. That doesn't protect us from the average Joe. You know, the First Amendment doesn't protect us from or even you can't hide behind the First Amendment, you know, from the average Joe. You know what I mean? You can, it doesn't protect you or fucking, or any of that shit. Technically, the only reason why the First Amendment was written for the like freedom of speech under the First Amendment is so the government, the Congress, cannot write any laws infringing on our First Amendment. That's the only reason why it was penned on paper. People don't understand. They don't really understand or read the words that were written down, and they confuse thinking that this and that about what the First Amendment is and what it's supposed to be and all this other shit. And but unfortunately, most people don't even read the Constitution. You know, I know too many people that are in law enforcement, too many people that are in government that cannot even tell you what the five elements of the First Amendment are. And these people, the ones that are in government, that take an oath to preserve and protect and ensure the Constitution, don't even know what it is. I mean, how can you preserve, protect, and ensure the Constitution when you don't even know what the fuck it says? Ah, it drives me nuts, man. I don't, it frustrates the shit out of me. You know, we're getting further and further and further away from what this country is supposed to be, what it was founded to be, what it was supposed to be from the beginning, and and that pisses me off. You know, every time I hear a damn politician or some government official saying this is a democracy, I want to jump through the goddamn phone and slap him in the face. It's like, no, it's not a fucking democracy, you fucking piece of shit. Anybody that claims America is a democracy is a traitor to the American people. Flat out, period. I know it's fucking almost 7 o'clock in the morning, and I'm just sitting here. I'm getting fucking riled up. I shouldn't fucking get riled up this early in the morning. Right on, Nano. I'm tell you, I'm serious. Fucking And you're right, Pilgrim. It is easier to trick someone. I mean, and that's the Roman fucking philosophy anyway. It's like, you know, it what is it? Let people be fooled if they're willing to be fooled, or some shit like that. I can't remember the whole quote. It was something that happened. You're back, Teresa. Good. It was back in Roman days when it was said, you know, let him be a fool if you're willing to be fooled, or some shit like that. I can't remember what the exact quote, but that's another thing too. A lot of crap that's been that has infected America. It's a lot of this Roman law shit, and that's not American. That's fucking bullshit. British fucking Roman bullshit. The goddamn fucking the king of fucking England and all that crap. And like I said, the true enemies is you got to know who the true enemy is. If you don't know who the true enemy is, you don't know who to actually fight against, and you continually will continue to be sitting there fighting amongst ourselves. And if we continue fighting amongst ourselves, all the powers that should not be will be sitting on the fucking front porch, sitting in their rocking chairs, drinking sweet tea, laughing at us. When the people that are actually the enemies are sitting on that fucking front porch, fucking sitting there sipping sweet tea, fucking rocking in the rocking chairs. Those are the ones that are actually the enemies. But we're all out here divided, fighting amongst ourselves about bullshit. And we're never going to get any further into our freedom unless we start basically, you know, putting all those motherfuckers sitting on the porch laughing at us to sleep. You know what I mean? Lack of better words. But this is a worldwide thing. I'm just thinking about the United States of America, but this is a worldwide thing because it gets into the global fucking, one world government, one world religion, one world money. Um, and these fuckers that fucking believe that they are the masters of the universe. And quite honestly, until we put them to fucking sleep, we're just going to continue being slaves for the next fucking 2,000 years. And that's not what I want my future generations to grow up in. I mean, I'm already seeing it in my lifetime, how bad it's getting and how it's going to continue getting if we keep on allowing it to happen. And I could just imagine what, people's kids and grandkids and great grandkids and great 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 grandkids are going to fucking grow up in. They're not even going to know what freedom is. They're not even going to know what actual privacy is. They're not even going to know what private property is because they're going to grow up in a world where that doesn't exist. Is that the world that we really want our fucking future generations growing up in? Is that really it? Is that really what I mean, you know, and I hate this fucking thing that I get from so many people about, we should just go along to get along bullshit. Oh man, it's just too big of a fucking problem. We can't do nothing about it. Why even try? We should just live our lives the best that we can and that's it. Well, to me, that sounds like a goddamn defeatist attitude. To me, that's like more like nihilism. It's like, oh, well, it's just going to happen anyway. We can't do nothing about it. Why even try? That's nihilism right there. That's bullshit. That's just giving up. You know, I mean, hell, you've lost the battle before the battle even started because you believe you're never going to win. If you believe that you're never going to win, you've already lost before it even started. That's a defeatist attitude. I don't want that. I don't want that for my future generations and stuff like that. I don't want that in my life. And I don't understand why so many people have that in their head. I guess it's because of the programming. I mean, that's the only I can blame it on that, you know, keeping everybody into that fucking mentality that, that's just the way it is, and that's the way it's going to be. We can't do nothing about it. Why even try? You know, since it's going to happen, and since you can't do nothing about it, why even try? Just live the best way you can, as that's all you can do. Well, I'm sure a lot of people for the past 3,000 years have thought that exact same thing. And look where we've gotten, you know, look where they get, look at where they ended up, you know, look where they've ended up. The only problem is that, one of the things that I've learned from the fucking history is that most people don't know history, you know, and if you don't know history, how can you learn from history? How can you learn from the mistakes of the past? You know, the only way you become wise is by learning from your own and others' mistakes. That's the only way you become wise. If you don't learn for your own and others' mistakes, you continue to repeat the same fucking bullshit over and over and over and over and over again, generation by generation by generation by generation. And that's done by design because they want you to continue this fucking same cycle because, this playbook that they've been using for centuries has worked for them. And they don't want to change the playbook because this playbook has worked. So they're going to keep it going. They want you to stay into the same situation over and over and over and over again. That's why they don't want a critical thinking populace. They don't want people to sit there and, be self-sufficient, self-governing, because that goes against their narrative. That's goes against their rulership, their ability to be your master. And like I said, I mean, I don't really fear these fuckers that are writing all this fucking fancy words on a fancy piece of paper, calling it law, sprinkle some pixie dust on top of it, and then, oh my God, we got to bow down and say, oh, master, master, I must obey. You know what I mean? I don't really fear those people. It's the ones that are willing to enforce it and the ones that are willing to comply. Those are the ones I'm really concerned about. And I've said this many times before, you know, if we ever get into a conflict here in this nation, it'll be like the Civil War in a sense, brother against brother type of scenario, in a way. It'll be basically American against Americans because there'll be Americans that will be enforcing these evil fucking psychopaths will. And there will be Americans that are willing to comply, and they'll be the ones that'll be calling the cops if you're not wearing a fucking mask. Those type of people. So it'll be, and even then, I wouldn't even call them Americans, but they live in America. I wouldn't even call them Americans. You know, I would, I would reject them from even being my countrymen. They're more traitors to the actual Americans, the American people. Those people that are willing to just obey and follow orders, you know, do what you're told versus what is morally right, instead of doing what is morally right versus what you're told. And I agree, Pilgrim. And that's another thing too. When it comes down to the younger generation, a lot of that socialist communist mentality is being propagated in our schools. And that is actually part of the program too. If you actually read That was another reason why I wish I had a computer so I could sit there and share stuff on my screen. Because if you actually read the 45 goals that was read into the congressional record of the Communist Party back in 1963, that is part of that is one of the goals is to basically subvert the fucking education system and get the younger generations more accepted of socialism and communism like it's the best thing since sliced bread. And if they don't know history and they don't see what happened when communism and socialism becomes in power, they'll think that is the best thing, and they'll think that is, and they'll demonize capitalism. They'll demonize any kind of thought of actually governing ourselves versus having a government. You know, there's too many people that think we need government. And quite honestly, man, if you actually look at things, we've got more problems in this country that is created by government itself. We've got more problems than actually solutions that is created by government itself. So quite honestly, it's like, see that little, I don't know, you can't see it. I got a little garden right down there. And quite honestly, if I had some problems awry, like, I don't know, like an invasive beetle or, bug or disease in my garden down there, that creates a problem for my garden. All right. You don't try and fix the problem, you know, that's like putting a band-aid on it. No, what you do is you want to cure it, right? And so the only way to fix the problem is don't try and fix the problem, is eliminate what causes the problem in the first place. If you eliminate what causes the problem, then there's no problem to fucking worry about because it won't exist. It won't exist. And if government is always the problem, we need to eliminate what causes the problem. Then we won't have to worry about the problem because it won't fucking exist. I don't have all the answers either. What's up, PDF again? I don't have all the answers either. But I'm gonna tell you something, man. Um, we got to start looking at the reality of things on what, all the problems that we have in this country and in our lives, what causes it? You know what I mean? What's the cause, the root cause of the problems that we have to deal with in this nation? And then we got to start thinking about how do we eliminate that fucking the root cause of the problem? Because the problem is always there's always gonna be a problem if the root cause doesn't get solved or eliminated. Like I said, PDF, anarchy is not lawlessness or without rules. There is natural common law. All right. Anybody that does something, um, people are the problem. Well, then on that aspect, that's the mentality of, well, we just got to eliminate all people on this fucking planet, and that would eradicate the problem. Because if people are a problem, it's eradicating all the people. That's the wrong aspect. That's what the AI is going to do. That's their goal to achieve things because it would see us as the fucking problem, the disease. So the only way to eliminate the problem is by eliminating what causes the problem, and it would see the people as the problem. I, you know, I see people as a resource, as something that that is necessary, as custodians of the planet because we are of the planet. We don't own the planet, but actually the planet is what gave birth to us in the first place. So, uh, you know. But there are evil people out there that don't deserve to be breathing our air, you know. And I don't see everybody on this planet as being inherently evil. I see majority of people on this planet inherently good. But there are the bad apples that need to be removed from the bundle. The only thing, PDF, is that we've been programmed in that type of thinking for over 3,000 years, where this is the only way that we can get things done. This is the only way that things could be done, is because that's the way we've been programmed for over 3,000 years. This is the operating system that has been placed for many, many generations. That's the reason why so many people have that type of mentality. All right. We've got to actually remove that operating system and replace it with something better, something that's more conducive with and more harmonic with the with nature, you know. And like I said, I don't have all the answers, but you know, I have a pretty good idea. And I'm not somebody's leader. I'm not your leader. I'm not the one going to tell you how to live and all this other shit. But like I said, a lot of the mentality that people think that we've got to have this is because we've been programmed with this for many, many, many generations. And since we've been programmed with that type of mentality for many, many, many generations, if you were to take away this operating system that we've got, that we've had for so long, they wouldn't know what to do unless they're shown a different way, you know, because they're right now, the only options that they give you is, hey, this is the easy way or the hard way. You want this the easy way or the hard way? Those are the only two options they give you. They don't tell you about none of the above, option C. They don't want you to know about the option C, none of the above. You know, I get there's evil people in the world. I get that. But like I said, you know, I've said this about the gun issue, you know, you know, if we were not criminalized for protecting ourselves, our family, and our property from evil people with firearms, there would be less evil people with firearms. You know, every time that there's some pedophile fucking raping a child, instead of like leaving it up to the courts and stuff, we just go out there and castrate that motherfucker or whatever, or take him out in the fucking back behind the woodshed and give him a fucking what for. There'll be less of those people around breathing our air. You know what I mean? No, And when it comes down to government, government is a form of force. And any of these like statutes, codes, laws, and all this other shit is nothing but the opinions of the the politicians backed by force, backed by violence. All right. A true anarchic society, it wouldn't be a government because it would be voluntary. All right. You will be able to either opt in or opt out. The way the governments have been set up for many centuries, it's done by the threat of violence and force. It forces you. All right. It's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like we're sitting at at the board game Monopoly, and government is sitting is one of the players in on playing this this game of Monopoly, and it owns all the fucking railroads and all the fucking hotels and all that other shit. All right, and you just come into the room like you're being born. You just come into the room. Now you're forced by the point of a gun to sit down and play the fucking game of Monopoly. That's what government does. That's what government has done for centuries. Doesn't matter if you call it a kingdom or a fucking empire. It doesn't matter. Still the same thing. You're done at the point of a fucking gun to sit here and forced to play the game of Monopoly. In an anarchic system, it's all voluntary. You can either opt in or opt out. It doesn't matter. But that's the thing, that's the option C that nobody that wants to be your master and ruler wants you to know about. They want you to only have option A and B, which is the easy way or the hard way. That's all they want you to know about. That's the only thing they want you to consider. It's the only options they want to actually provide to you that you will know about. That's it. They don't want the option C to even be an option. You know? We've got to remove the operating system that's been in play for centuries and replace it with a better operating system that's more conducive and more in harmony with nature. But that's going to take some time because too many people have this fucking you know still think that there's a necessary and there's government is necessary, and we ha- and too many people have this thing. It's like we can't live without government. We can't live without some kind of government of some kind. And you know, we have to be we have to be governed by a small group of people that don't believe that we can govern ourselves. They think there's a small group of people that can govern millions, but we cannot govern ourselves. You know, if people cannot govern themselves, what makes this fucking small group of people think that they can govern millions? Well, for one, in generations up to now, that's done by design. You know, we're not taught, we're not we're not given the information on how we can do this, how we can govern ourselves, how we can actually achieve, you know, self reliability, self reliance. That's just not taught to us. We're taught to be fucking obedient workers and go to work and pay your fucking taxes. God damn it. That's what we're taught. You know, and if you don't pay your fucking taxes, we're gonna fucking put you in jail. You must follow our goddamn rules because we're telling you by the point of a fucking government gun. And if you don't follow our fucking rules, we'll put you in a fucking jail. If you don't follow our fucking rules, we're gonna fine the shit out of you. That's what we're taught. You must be a obedient worker. By God, you gotta be a productive person of society. I do not see, um, I do not see it being, um, what is it? I don't see it being healthy or, you know, or anything like that when it comes down to it. I don't see it being healthy to be well adjusted to a very sick society. And that's where, that's what we've been brought up to be, into this sick fucking society, as obedient fucking workers and people that just obey, you know, and our morality is just gone away. There's hardly any honor left. These are the things that need to be fucking really focused on and taught to our generations, honor, morality, truth. Then all these questions of all this stuff shit about government will just go away because we figured out another way. Don't scratch me, girl. I know. I know. You're just wanting to fucking get in my lap, aren't you? You just wanting to get in my lap, don't you? You too? Both of you at the same time? Oh my God. I can't have both of you in my lap at the same time. Done. Both of you getting big. Both of you are big fucking girls now. Can't have both of you in my lap at the same time. Plus, you fucking little bit, you got sharp ass fucking claws. Your nails are sharp as shit. And I'm gonna tell you, I see a lot of fleas on you, baby. You need a bath bad. I see all these fucking fleas all over you. You need a bath. Yes, you do. You need a bath. You need a bath. Both of you need a bath. Both of you need a bath. All right, you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and call it. Y'all have a good morning out there, and I hope everybody um, has a good rest of the day. I will catch you guys on the flip side. If I don't see you guys um, on somebody else's channel or anything like that, maybe I'll see you again when I do another one of these streams. Like I said, I'm liking doing these streams at this time in the mornings and stuff like that because I definitely get more of you all in here. And I appreciate every single one of you, every single one of you that came in. I appreciate you, and I enjoy having you here. It's the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here for Anarchy Television, and I'm back out, y'all.